All right, good morning, everyone. We're here for the Carta Magica online treasure cup, and we've got quite a show for you guys today. We actually have round one starting literally right now, so maybe we'll do our intros after that. But let's just jump on in there to
I'm okay with that
yeah, let's just
because
do that.
they're literally putting down the first card. So,
Yeah. Also, Brian's here. Hi, Brian.
hi, I'm Brian. Welcome to the treasure cup. All
Cool.
right, let's get to
Yeah,
let's get
let's
to the
jump over there.
game.
All right, here we are. So we've got for you guys table number 12. We've got Anel versus my favorite deck right now, Marco.
Yeah, this is actually a matchup that I haven't seen. There's two things here: one that I've ever seen, the matchup, and two, how our RNL player is stacking up his hand.
Yeah, they
Have
do
you ever
they
seen
do
this
have
actually?
quite a cool setup there.
Yeah, that's actually cool. As long as he keeps his hands on screen too,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
this is nice. This is really nice to be transparent that way. But hey, it's all good. We actually did start with Marco going first with the nail, taking lead on the second turn. Not really too much going on, just some 5K swings. And you said this is your favorite deck. I played
Uh
against it.
yeah,
Played
I've
it.
I've been really enjoying playing this deck lately. Marco's
Okay.
pretty unique. It has power reduction as well as like you can put a card to the top of your deck. So you can kind of set up a lot of cards a lot easier. You are a 4 life leader, which comes up pretty often, but
Mhm.
yeah, we're going to use this effect now. We're going to be able to draw the top card of our deck and then put one card from our hand or on either the top or the bottom.
Yeah, it's actually pretty cool. This does have a couple of different interactions. My favorite interaction, of course, is the Sanji. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So later into the game, we're probably going to see that. Obviously, you can cycle through your deck a little bit quicker. Right. There's
Yep.
there's that. Is there anything else that you think or that you've been doing since this is something you've been playing so much?
Yeah, there's been another kind of tech. It's a weirder, older card. See if he plays it because it does cost 3, but it is an Emporio that plays a 2 cost off the top of your deck, and then
All right.
also when attacking you get to draw. So with 3 open, we'll see if that's available.
That's the blue Emporio,
Yeah,
right?
so it's from Star Deck. I think it's 12.
Let me look. It is 12. Yeah, it is 12. I
Yeah.
remember this card because this was played in the Emporio deck, obviously, right? And um super interesting. I wonder what kind of targets they would play. I feel like you have to kind of commit to this card too. Oh,
Yeah,
never
yeah,
mind.
there it is. Yeah.
Never mind.
So kind of the other cool thing about this card, so yeah, it's only a 4K, but when your leader effect reduces the cost of something, it doesn't really matter.
That's
Like you
true.
can attack, if you make a 5K, a 3K, you get there. And then we've got the pudding. So this is from the same star deck. It just says you can return this card to your hand to activate main. So that
All
was
right.
essentially just a free card draw with a couple extra, moves in between.
Very cool. It's also a 2K, so it comes in clutch, right?
Sure does. Sure does. So we're going to be playing Gadatsu. We're at 3 life, so we can get rid of either the Emporio or the blocker now.
Okay. Probably the Emporio, I'm sure, right?
Yeah, either is fine. I think Emporio is probably better if you have like another Gadatsu to get rid of the Duval later too.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Just providing that card draw will be good. And this blocker's gonna block itself one time or another. So
Yeah.
and there it is. All right, so we did take care of that. We have a Gadatsu on board. Probably go ahead and pass this turn and get into these. I believe 5 dawn. Or no,
We'll be at 6 dawn.
six,
Yeah.
6 dawn. Yeah, yeah.
All right. And this Gadatsu is going to be a little bit difficult for us to clear at a 6K body that's active, but we do have a couple like proactive plays that we can play as Marco as well.
Mm-hmm. Oops. Yeah, I'm curious to see what he does. This marketability is probably going to be used pretty much every turn.
Yeah, any time that we can afford an extra dawn on our leader, Definitely. It's super strong.
Hmm. Yeah, the fact that you get to draw a card, reminiscent of Sakazuki, right?
Hmm.
And just in a totally different card pool with red and blue.
Yeah, and the coolest thing about Marco in my experience, I know I'm just gonna talk about how much I like this leader, but
That's
is that
fine.
it has just non-traditional removal options, right? Right now the standard is using cost reduction and just straight KO through effects off of like leaders like Rob Lucci, but being able to reduce the power of something just to be able to attack into it a little bit easier. We have access to like some blue removal cards that bottom deck or return to hand. There's just a lot of flexibility for the leader.
Yeah, I think that's what's cool about it. Especially, it's just like cool about any multicolor leader,
Hmm.
right? You can kind of just have, like you said, flexibility, but also just like some cool options. Looks like we're just gonna go. Looks like 8K until lead. Our Godatsu is 4K. Not very many things that I can think of, or that removes a 4K that has 3 Dawn.
Hmm.
But I could be wrong. Hey, it's been a while. I'm a little rusty.
And we're going to actually get out of this attack. So this is 8K, so zero cost event and Nami. I think Anel's respecting that you have to be kind of at a low hand size because pudding can always come down. And then we've got
Oh,
another
sure.
Emporio, and we
Ah,
know
okay.
that one pudding was in hand, but we got another Duval, and Duval is going to let us look at the top three once again.
Okay. It's pretty good. We get to control pretty much our next 2 draws next turn. And obviously, if we have another Emporio, we can play that.
Yeah.
Um, our hand size is probably going to get reduced in these next 2 attacks next turn. So that way, we're going to be at 6 or less, unless, of course, they have another Godatsu. But it's interesting that they did not take that one. But you're saying that they're respecting our Marco player. Do you think it's because like later in the game they have bigger threats as well outside of pudding, or is it just because
I think it's
you
I
know?
think it's strictly pudding. Yeah.
Okay, okay,
Yeah, a lot of people. It's kind of like this point where people are now like, when it came out, people are under aware of the card. Now they're like over
yeah,
aware, and
yeah.
so.
They're playing around it. I mean, pudding works that way too, right?
Hmm.
Like just existing is just like one of those cards, just like in every other card game.
Yeah,
Just the existence of the card and knowing that they can play in the deck is enough sometimes.
yeah, exactly. And it honestly isn't like a bad four cost play just to make them -1 because again, if Gadassu attacks in, we can then use our leader effect to make it a 4K. That means pudding can
Mhm.
pressure it without any other card investment, which is nice.
Yeah, both pudding and as well as this Emporio,
Yeah.
so that's good.
Yeah. Now, Emporio needs to be at 6 or less cards in hand, which is usually pretty easy to do, but
Hmm.
that's just a small
Just a
effect
small
for it.
caveat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking here because like we're gonna swing here at 7K. We're probably not gonna take it.
Yeah, probably
Um,
a block with Duval again.
yeah, I mean if you're at 6 now, you probably want to throw some counter down, but it
Oh
looks like
no.
we're maybe thinking about Gadatsu. We're also thinking about 4 costs Marco. If I had to take a
Yeah.
guess. Um,
And they've got two up, so maybe just passing with two up. Interesting.
yeah. I mean, there are a number of event cards in yellow that you can play. I mean, I don't know what NL lists look like nowadays that involve those, but it's an option.
I could do like a little sneak peek, see if there's anything that catches my eye. I won't say
So
specifically, but if
if
there
there's
is
a
something.
possibility.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's like some
Gotcha.
defensive cards for it, but usually they only need like one Don.
Mm-hmm.
There are some cards. You can. There's some cards that say counter in this deck.
Okay. Okay.
I'll just say that for now.
I mean, some of them do say 1,000 counter and 2,000 counter. So hey, you're not lying.
Yeah.
Just figuring out what we want to do with our hand. Again, I'm a little surprised that we didn't use some counter power on that first attack, just so we can like cycle through. But hey, if we're liking our hand, I guess I'm not gonna blame too much here.
Yeah.
But this is gonna be a pretty good time to use our activate main minus this, and then start swinging with our Emporio too.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty strong play for us. So, yeah, just being able to, but yeah, I think we have too many cards in hand though. That's the issue.
Yeah.
Which again, generally doesn't come up. I would have countered out of the attack, to be honest,
Yeah,
to make
same
sure that
here.
being at 3 life is kind of nice, and late game, like, and now it just has super tall swings, right?
I'm thinking about this where maybe it did make like he was think like our nail player was thinking that he was going to counter out of the
Hmm.
first one,
Yeah.
and we had 5 remaining Don, and we probably had another Godatsu in hand. We were like, hey, I want to pop this thing, and now I can't, so I'm going to swing this awkward 9.
Yeah, that might have been the case where they're expecting that. So maybe that was the correct play around.
Yeah,
They're just trying to get some value.
yeah, but now we have this semi awkward amount of Don with 7. We're separating these 3, 4, and then of course the one on the leader. So
Yeah.
definitely gonna get the leader effect. We're gonna swing into this Gadatsu after reducing it. Maybe play another Emporio, but really just depends. We already know what our next card is, so we drew the last card that our blocker rearranged, right?
Yeah, and
So
we put a card to the bottom of our deck, and so that is like the one thing about, like, you either like the choice of like top decking or bottom decking, because you're not really getting deeper into your deck, right?
yeah,
Uh,
yeah,
which kind of stinks sometimes.
yeah, yeah.
All right. Looks like we're gonna go big 6 into Emporio, and again we've got too many cards in hand for the draw, unfortunately.
Yeah, yeah, just a bit odd there. Probably this is gonna go into Gadatsu if I had to take a guess.
Yeah.
Um, pretty easy decision to say like we're just gonna let it go. All right, so that goes.
Yeah, we've got 5 Dawn left. So we're gonna go, I'm guessing, 7 into Enel, and
Mm,
then 4 for Pudding.
it would make sense.
Oh, it's Alti. Okay.
Ulti, okay,
Yeah.
pretty cool card. This is actually one of my favorite cards that like I just don't ever see.
Yeah, it's, you read this card and it reads amazing, right? It's a 1K,
Yeah,
5K attack. It draws you a card, like, straight up, right? You have to be a multicolor leader, which there
yeah,
were, like, but Sakazuki never played this card, right?
no, no, not really.
No, and it's such a good card. It sets up your next draw as well. Um, and it doesn't see play. It's wild to me how little this card sees play.
Right. Yeah, me too. I'm just like, what's going on? But I mean, hey, it's perfect for this deck for the most
Yes.
part. It fixes that little weird curve that we were in earlier. Kind of solved what I was thinking of. I was like, what we're doing for 7 Dawn. But hey, this is great. We're drawing cards left and right. We're rearranging. We have a big hand. We have plenty to go in our late game too. And I don't know how Nell it's gonna handle this one, but hey, he has his own threats too, so we'll see.
Yeah. Well, we're going straight 5. They're going to be at 9, so they're going to be able to get rid of something. That's the 2K Pudding. Yeah. So like Yamato, and get rid of the, yeah, either the Emporio or the Alti. Looks like the Emporio.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm
we got
guessing
a
we
card
actually
out of
attack
hand,
into the
and
Emporio too.
yeah. I think that's why they used the 2K. Yeah, I think it was just like card out of hand plus pop.
Yeah.
Trying to get some maximum effort out of that one, but
And we're now at the 10 Dawn turn. So if we do have Sanji, this is a perfect time to play it, especially if we can stack the top card for deck as something just very good.
yep, pretty cool to see. Just because we gotta have something to go against this Yamato and probably future ones afterwards. Because like Sanji plus whatever he plays plus leader effect, it's gonna be pretty easy. Not easy, but a lot easier to deal with that Yamato. But you are at 2 life, so something to kind of consider. It's probably what we're thinking about right now.
Yeah. And again, like, it's such a shame because, like, there's so many control decks that are multicolor leaders. So you get access to so many tools to, slow down the game and stuff, but being at 4 life is such a hindrance at times too.
It is. It is. I think that's why, like, by design, you have 4 cost blocker, Marco, and a bunch of other stuff that kind of rewards you for having less life. But I do agree. Like the game is a little more accelerated. On the bright side, Anel is not a multicolor leader, and he is on the same playing field. So
Yes, true. I mean, he's
kind of,
got 5
kind of.
life,
I
6
know,
life,
I
7
know,
life,
I know,
whatever
I
you
know.
want to say.
Listen,
I can't imagine a world where he starts at a 5 life though. I know on release everyone's like, man, that's weird. He's either good or bad, and now it's just like, oh, he's pretty solid.
mm-hmm. That was interesting. That yeah, I always thought like Anel's pretty dang good. There's just like a couple periods that he just wasn't played because there's better options, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think he's ever not been good,
Yeah, I
or
think
at
like
least
the
it feels
beginning of
that
this
way.
format, he wasn't super present, but then he ends up having a pretty good matchup into Doflamingo, which that guy's around quite a bit.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was interesting to see. Well, actually, we'll talk about that another time because that's gonna be a whole other thing.
All right, gonna 2K out. Likely. All right, yeah, there's the Sanji. We look at the top card of our deck. What could it be? It is a Edward Newgate, which means we should have maybe played that first.
And then swing, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and we're actually going to pass keeping them at 2 life. So I think this is fine. It just prevents them from like healing one from Yamato, or additionally being able to like play Ace, heal, and rush. But at the same
Yeah.
time, I think we would have rather them be at 1 life right now because we can kind of present some pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Where are we attacking? We're an 8K leader. Use your dice. What are you doing?
He didn't
Or
declare.
the 7K leader. Yeah, did we not declare?
I guess not.
I guess not. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay.
Um,
Hey,
he
it's
might
early
need
in the
a.
morning. It's a Saturday. We gotta wake
Yeah,
up.
definitely. It's the presence of Ditto. Do you have dice on an else?
Yeah, Anel's got the dice
So,
game down.
so we got that. Do you have 6 cards in hand? Probably thinking about playing. Oh, ace. Okay, pretty cool. Another cool card. Perfect for now. No big deal. Another life. Why not? Another bigger option. Didn't swing with our Yamato. So we're playing a little bit of a game of chicken.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think it's just like supposed to just go taller on the board. And with you only at 2 life, like you can definitely just get hit by all these, 9K or 9K, 10K attacks all at once. So
Mm-hmm.
like you can still like set up your own board too, but we we don't have a great way in Marco to remove these taller bodies in most builds though. We can get
Right.
rid of some like mid bodies, or if like Yamato attacked, we'd make it a 7K with leader effect, which we'd be able to trade into pretty favorably. But without that, it's pretty tough.
Yeah. It's fair. Well, I think we're again trying to figure out what we want to do with our Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
Do like of course on brand, on purpose, our non-drop Newgate works perfectly with the Marco ability, especially with any kind of 6K out there. Which is probably why we didn't play anything too small. I think we're probably only going to see bigger characters from now on from Manel.
Yeah.
I don't see why we wouldn't play anything else. And for our Marco player, though, it's hard to tell. We might play a blocker or two and then start swinging Because eventually, I mean, you're eventually just gonna have to swing. There's not really this game of chicken is not forever.
Now we could potentially get rid of this Yamato if we give it like another -4, which could
Yeah.
happen. It's just a little bit expensive. I know there's one card that people play called like Brick Fist that helps it, or not Brick Fist, Fire Fist. But oh, are we gonna like
Do you have
double Otama?
Otama? Yeah.
So now we're a 5K. The new 7-drop Newgate can now remove this as well.
Okay. That's a possibility. It looks like that's what's going to happen. Excuse me.
Also, Silvers would be able to remove it too. All right, it is going to be the Silvers.
Silvers, yeah.
Yeah, so it's going to give -3 to the Yamato and -2 to the Ace until the start of your opponent's next turn. So it's pretty lasting. Or sorry, -3 to the Ace. Yeah, my apologies. Yeah, other way around.
Yeah.
And then it pops a 3K or less, which Yamato currently is. So
yeah.
Took the extra resource from that Otama, but now Ace is only going to be a 7K next turn, so you're not afraid of like losing. And we're going to try to chip away a little bit of damage, I think.
Yeah, this is a good play overall. We have a pretty threatening board now. 8K, 9K, 10K.
Yeah, and I think we do pressure the attack.
Yeah,
likely with Newgate because it's a 10K.
I think you swing with ulti first. That's fine.
Yeah. Now we just attack with ulti. If they don't take it, then we just pass. Or we just pass here because they can't remove the ulti either.
Yeah, wouldn't be too crazy.
Because if they like play Yamato, they can't get rid of it. You can 2K out to defend the Ace from like an Ace attack. So yeah, I think Marco's in a pretty good spot right now.
I agree.
And 6 in hand. All right, looks like we're putting 5 on leader. Likely to try to get rid of the Sanji. It might also be 4 because they have like a copy of Raigo potentially to get a hard removal. Oh, going into life and taking it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's the Kingdom Come. Able to get rid of the Newgate and go down to 1 life, which we were already at. And then not attacking with the Ace to set up for next turn, but again, a pretty threatening board from Marco here. And
yeah, I think you can play another Newgate if you really want to.
Yeah.
Just remember to put dice on it.
Yes, please. That would help me as well. We could just do like some smaller attacks too, and then like if we have like another Sanji Newgate too. And this is always like, NL players always get to this moment, right? There's technically, game on board, right? We've got all these attackers. They're pretty chunky. Most leaders at 1 life in this situation, they're terrified, right? They've got an 8K, they got a 9K, they got a 5K, another leader swing, and 6 cards in hand. But having to do 3 damage with 2 triggers out of life potentially, it's quite scary.
I agree. I think it's a little different for now, of course, but I think even for now, this is scary. I mean, you just put a bunch of Dawn on any of these guys, I'm sure it's gonna be not a disaster, but definitely difficult.
No, and you just kind of have to figure out the numbers that make sense of. Only 5 from ulti. Wow.
Might be playing another big threat here. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it'd be pretty hard pressed to remove this Ace right now.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to use leader effect. We're going to make ace an 8K. I mean, if we have another silver's Otama, we'd be able to get rid of the ace.
Well, it's possible. We did draw a number of cards. Still have a pretty decent amount in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Still have 9 Don to play with, so it's perfect for that combo. We are putting something on top, which means we're probably playing something that plays something out. Could be another Sanji.
Could be another Sanji, yeah. Oh, nope, just deciding 6 with Marco first.
Could we get a 2K out of hand?
Yeah, Flampe. All right, 8 with silvers.
We're taking no trigger. Yeah. Play first.
An 8 drop Katakuri.
I guess that could have been used for silvers, but I don't know. A little difficult.
And then 9K.
I mean, if you have another 0 cost, never mind. Maybe Yamato is probably the option next turn. This might be a Sanji.
Another Sanji. Okay.
Yeah.
Into maybe a Shanks. Okay.
Wow. Okay. Oh wow.
I was thinking about this card the other night. I'm like,
this is cool.
Play this card. It's
this is cool.
But a goodie.
I mean, honestly, it probably has a lot more utility just outside of
and,
of
very
Sanji.
Little counter in hand. Yeah.
Yeah, that one. Hey, that was cool.
Yeah. That
was super cool. Yeah.
Now, my experience is that Shanks is better at getting around cards like Rebecca. But I think Dragon's like a little bit better of a card still. But you can't hate the seeing the Shanks hit the board.
Yeah, a little unexpected, a little cool, a little throwback, like you said, and it worked out. I mean, honestly, I don't think he even needed a Shanks. I think he could have played literally any other 9 drop.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's pretty simple. You could have also put 9 on Otama, it seems, and won the game too. So,
yeah,
not that I necessarily recommend that, but
for the BM, but I think that was a pretty interesting match.
Yeah.
And Al did put up a fight. It was just like, I think, like I said it earlier, it's like the late game, and as well as just drawing so many cards mid game. It's just a little too overwhelming for him. So pretty cool to see Marco take that one in action.
Yeah, 100%. And that's just round 1. We've got around 900 players today for this Treasure Cup. So it's going to be likely 10 rounds, maybe 9 rounds for today, and just a lot of action too. So, Brian,
sure.
any leaders or any decks that you're interested in?
I mean, I do like Dofi, right? So obviously I want to see that. I did see.
I think you're.
I know.
I think you're fine on that one.
I did see a Betty top last week.
Yes,
it's hilarious.
Betty, yeah,
I would love to see that. I don't know, man. Obviously some Nami, probably a Zoro. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, I think just like all the kind of smaller niche decks there, but yeah, nothing too particular. I don't hate this format at all.
No.
So any of these decks is going to be a good one.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of variety right now. I think there's like a cemented-ish top 5 of probably Rob Lucci, Black Yo, Luffy, Dofi, Bonnie, and Anel. I think those 5 are likely the most played. Marco, Smoker, and Purple Luffy are probably like a little step below. I know a lot of people are playing those just because they've got new stuff, and they're maybe like a little bit less consistent, but they've got some really cool plays and strong abilities. And then after that, maybe like Nami's in like that top 10 realm right now. It definitely does not like Doflamingo being around though.
No. I mean, a lot of attacks, a lot of counters, but just can't keep up, obviously, right?
Yeah,
so
for sure.
I think I think that would be cool. If we do see maybe a little bit of a fairer matchup, but like I said, anything is cool. I'm good with it. But hey, that was the first round,
Yeah.
and round two should be up not too long from now. I'm
Yeah.
sure. Right?
Yeah. We've got what? 5 minutes left in round. I'm gonna say it's gonna take us a solid 15 minutes before we get into round number two. So that's my expectation. Let us know if there's any decks that you guys want to see, and we'll be back with round number two. We'll be right back. All right, we've got for you guys round number 2. We've got Bonnie versus Red Purple Luffy, which we did get a good amount of new cards for Purple Luffy, but Red Purple Luffy's also able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, pretty interesting as far as this matchup goes. There's a few things, obviously. One of the biggest things that you can take advantage of as Red Purple Luffy is obviously your leader, and as well it's of his power, right? So one Dawn, nice little 7K swing, etc., etc. And Bonnie says no to that because you're playing probably one thing every turn, so you're gonna have to pick between the two. But we are gonna swing 6 here. Probably gonna see a 1K out of hand here. I think starting with a baby 5 is nice. It's not so nice when you see a Nami on the other side. So baby 5 is gonna have a nice little swing at it. But we do have one more Dawn up, so hopefully our Red Purple Luffy player recognizes that we should swing with our leader first.
Yeah, but being a 6K leader against something like Bonnie, I think we have a lot of flexibility for them having less Dawn open, so that does help a lot.
Yeah, that's true. Okay,
Looks like
so
you're
we did
playing
ramp.
with the Bond Clay there. So being able to get to what currently I think we're at 5 Dawn.
Yes, we are now at 5 Dawn. There you go. It's a little easier. Yeah, Blood Clay is a pretty cool one. I think it'll help, kind of. Like it makes it a little easier as far as our decisions go, since you don't have to really commit any Dawn for his effects, right? So like if you're staring at like a 6K or 7K on Bonnie's end, then you can kind of mimic that or just use your leader. Not really too stressed about a 1K being tapped down. But we are going to see a Candavish, I believe, right?
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
alt art.
correct. Sure is. So this will help us get some additional Dawn open. And looks like we're playing the 1-drop beige blocker, which this is from the starter deck. This is an oldie, but it's been a lot more present recently, which is interesting.
Yeah, I remember seeing this in like scattered decks. Bonnie's getting more and more play, I see, and especially it's topping more and more often. It's just a bit of a different deck, right? Like it's like I don't even think it's like a control deck. I guess you do control, right? Like it's more of like a play by my rules kind of deck to me.
Yeah, Bonnie just just wants to be obnoxious. Is the is the play style sometimes, right? Like you have like a lot of, I think, unique answers or present a lot of unique issues for your opponent. But something also is like Red Purple Luffy loves to be at 8 Dawn, and we're at 7. So for the fact that we weren't able to get like 3-drop Zoro out earlier is kind of rough. And looks like we're just going to start with a 9K attack with our Red Purple Luffy.
I see that.
And getting the rest on the Bond Clay, which is pretty unfortunate because we definitely, that's sometimes like a ticking time bomb at times of how you either get rid of me or I get to present like a 9K attack later. But looks like we're going to be playing the Purple Law. Don't think they have enough cards in hand to use the effect, and or you didn't want to use the Dawn minus, but we're going to be passing back after that.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that was the case. We're gonna go straight into a 1-drop Bonnie. Look at the top 5 here.
And I gotta say, I've seen like I haven't seen a non-alt art card between the two players, right?
Yeah, it's pretty
Outside
cool.
of the leader Luffy, right? Like there's both players have some pretty decks.
Yeah, people love their alt arts, man. Okay, I like our Bonnie never happened with Kadamas swinging here.
Yeah, Cavendish is pretty obnoxious. If you don't remove it sooner than later, right, it just gets so much extra Dawn throughout the game. So far, it's already gotten you 4 extra Dawn, and
Mm-hmm.
Red Purple Luffy doesn't really have fantastic removal options for 5 costs.
Well, at the very least, has a leader that matches it. I'm just wondering what we're doing with our rest right on here.
Yeah, we have, I believe, 6 or 7, so Beige would be good. We're just going to attack Beige into the Bond Clay to remove it, which I don't dislike. It's going to be a big 4 into 1, sure. And then maybe looks like an 8K with our leader. Going down to 2, passing back to Red Purple Luffy. I don't super love attacking with Beige because just the fact that now we are having like it's going to be a little bit trickier for us to protect our Cavendish, but our Cavendish.
One of those is right, I'm sure. Down to 2 life though, and yeah, it's pretty funny that we swung with our Beige, but hey, it's worth it. It's worth it over time for sure.
Yeah, and so we started the turn at 9 Dawn, then we used our leader effect to go up to 10 Dawn. So there's some pretty good 10 Dawn plays that exist. We do accelerate the ramp. Our opponent's going to 9 next turn, so it's pretty impactful to be at our 10 already.
Mm-hmm. To drop Luffy? Yes, no, probably not.
Likely no. We could.
Oh, that's
There's
9.
9. Yeah, maybe Newgate.
Could be a Newgate, yeah. Oh, wait, could be 10.
Could be 10.
Never mind. Yeah, no, we played around the leader effect for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit of a toughie. Trying to decide which one's there, the draw or the block. And with Newgate probably coming down. What is this?
Yeah. Yeah, this is
Oh, okay.
yeah, it is 9 drop Newgate, right? Just an alt art.
Yeah, I think that is altar.
And
He has like
we
little
recalled for
staff.
2K. Nice. That will be
Hey,
very
that's
helpful.
pretty cool. I mean, even if they did rest it, for the 7K swing. I mean, it doesn't matter because we swung at one of these weenies, right? I don't think it's too big of a deal to have that rested because it is a 10K after all. So
Yeah, but there is a new card from the Uta Star deck. It's the 9 cost Shanks. It just KOs something in rest mode, regardless of cost or anything else. So I think getting rid of the beige is fine, and getting that effect off. So I think the biggest issue then is we're going to see it's going to be really hard for Red Purple Luffy to interact with Bonnie's board. And since they get rid of 1 attack every turn with their leader effect, it's going to be tough for us to really pressure them at a high level too.
That's fair. Uh-oh.
All right, we're playing our Eustace kid here. I think the actual play for this is we shouldn't use the effect.
I was muted and I was talking about it. I think well, one, I'd imagine they're going to swing here with a Convanvish and then put 1 under and have 1 open for the leader. But you're saying not to use the effect. You're talking about to rest it?
Yeah, so I think right now, like, Red Purple Luffy has like no way to remove this 8 cost kid if it's active, right?
So are you trying to say they should play 2?
What, another 8 drop kid?
Yeah.
No. But I'm just saying, like, they should like not using the effect right now. I think is the correct play.
Okay, for sure. Okay. Yeah, they can't remove it. I mean, like, they're gonna swing pretty big there. And of course, they passing. I wonder what the extra knot is here.
Yeah, I think the extra Dawn was just the sequencing that we had to do.
Oh, sure. Because we weren't going to use it anyway.
Yeah,
Kind of thing.
because we were an 8K body leader, right? So we just wanted to get the Dawn active so we could use the leader effect.
Yeah. Another one.
Let's call that the 2 gate.
Wow. Things have changed since I've been gone.
And so, I mean, things have changed, but things have been the same, right? Like this time a year ago,
Yeah, this is
Kid,
pretty much the same.
New Gate, still pretty good cards.
Yeah, pretty much the same thing. Well, coming back. Still 8K leader. Who could have guessed? Obviously Kid can try to do a little damage, put him down to 1 kind of thing, but looks like it hit 10 drop Dofi. Yeah. I love the points.
Another good card from a year ago.
Yeah. Correct. Looks like we're just gonna swing to get the Dom back. Have that open. Not gonna be too much of a concern.
Oh, but we are actually going to be attacking with Eustace Kid.
You can attack.
But you can't.
You may as well attack.
I guess
right.
So, right. If you want to protect the
Cavendish. No, we're not doing that. We're gonna go ahead and rest it and play our Don Quixote.
Yeah. Well, if we were able to put 2 Dawn underneath our New Gate, though, we can attack, remove the Rosinante, and then attack over the Kid. So I think we're fine. I don't know if I would have attacked with the Kid, to be honest. I think I would have just maybe kept it active again.
I think it's fine. We're gonna swing though and remove one of these guys.
Yeah, so this
Bonnie
is 12K. It removes the Rosinante on attack, and then 12 to 8.
It's a lot.
Yeah, there's a whole lot for sure.
That is a lot. Lisa says that we're not going to play another New Gate.
That is true. There's no 3 gate.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's going down.
I would guess there's probably likely more like a queen blocker or something kind of that speed. Looks like
probably
we are using 5.
And then we minus get it back and then play. Actually, I don't know what they play after that. Maybe a bond claim? Even then, I don't think that's really worth.
Yeah.
Where's the queen?
Yeah.
Oh, still got to resolve the queen first.
Yeah, there's a new Nami that came out of the Star Decks too. It costs
Tell
4 Dawn. You discard 1 and you draw 2, and it's a blocker. So you could get the Dawn back from that one. So maybe maybe we have another one of those in our hand.
Wait a second. It's a possibility.
Yeah, it's a strong possibility at this point. I would hope so.
Yeah, no way they pitched one without another one in hand, right? There it is. There it is. All right. I got a pitch. Got 2 blockers now, right? So drawing 4 cards effectively.
Yeah, cycling for 4, netting 2 and getting some blockers on the board. So, obviously Bonnie has interaction with blockers on the other side, but being here, it's going to be kind of tricky to interact with these.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you have something like some kind of fish guy.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, unnamed. I don't know. What's his name?
Howdy Jones. Is this a Shanks?
That is the Shanks. That's the new one I was talking about. So it's a 9 cost 11K on play KO arrested card.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty dang good. Yeah. So
dude, it's 11K. What are we doing anymore?
Hey, Shanks power more stronger than a Doflamingo confirmed. I think is the.
Jeez, man.
Using our Bonnie effect, being able to get a 1-drop beige off the top.
At least our Candanvish can swing now into our 6K leader.
I don't know what site you're looking to find your character names, but that site might be outdated.
Our Cardan Gavash is swinging, and now we have an additional 6K swing with one open.
Yep.
Love
And I think we just we block with the Onami on this one.
Oh wait, hold on. I think you could just counter if you have it. This is only a 6K swing, and then you can block with the Dofi. Or for the Dofi. Yeah, I think that's what it is.
2K, that Usohachi. I don't know if you know about that card.
What's up with it?
It is a 2K that on play. It's a 3 cost. If you have 8 or more Dawn, you get to rest a 5 or less. Might even be 6 or less. You get a rest Sabo though. That for sure is impactful in itself.
That's cool. I can dig it.
All right, we're back to Luffy. Again, this Cavendish being able to be around all game and just make it so easy to keep that Dawn open. Let you like this turn. Let you search with Bonnie, attack 6K with your leader, and still have a Dawn open. It's such a menace.
That's true. It's just like you have 12 Dawn to work with, basically. Yeah. Menace is a good word. So you're swinging the 10. No Dawn being used here. So we're gonna go ahead and rest our leader.
We're gonna keep the Queen blocker active.
Yeah, that's a choice. I mean, I don't like hate it.
Yeah, we can still.
They know they're not gonna swing with it.
Maybe they will though. At this point, I think
Anything's possible.
Get rid of Cavendish, or even. Oh, we're setting aside 9 again.
That could mean anything. All right. Never mind.
Another new gate.
Never mind.
Another new.
Never mind. Okay, 7K leader blocker, okay. 10K, 10K.
Man, I wish I found 3 of my new gates nearly back to back to back. Like we took one pause. Onami and Queen has helped find our next one, but
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was like, you gotta realize he drew 4 cards.
Yeah,
so it's a decent chance. I mean, we have a pretty awesome board. That's Bonnie, right? I mean, they both have pretty decent boards. Like something's gonna give sometime or another. It's just I think Bonnie has a better way of lasting, like over time. Like things are gonna get worse before they get better for Luffy, unfortunately.
Yeah, Luffy definitely. I mean, we've got some new tools, but it definitely loses out value throughout the end of the game. Again, starting at 3 life is quite the cost.
Yeah, that's a toughie, dude.
But I don't know. I like the fact that this leader exists. I like that they tried something newer with it. All the leaders from Sardec 10 were really cool. Trafalgar Law, which was maybe a little bit too cool. It's no longer around now, but super strong. And then even Eustace Kid, a 5 life leader that's red and purple. I think there's a lot of cool tools that he gets as well.
Well, I do like this this card. Card's always been an annoying card to deal with. Add it to the annoying arsenal.
Yeah. It doesn't do anything on this board right now, but then later it does get some good effects. But it looks like we're just going a big 9. We're going to use Sanji to get out of it.
Works for me.
We're going to go 10 into 8.
Maybe take this one, block the Shanks.
Yeah, likely. If we had a Rad Beam, we would have been in a good spot there too.
Yeah. Unless we have it here, and then we're gonna use the 10 or 1 or 2K. Yeah, I think that's what's happening.
Yeah. There's the Rad Beam. Yeah, and I think they made a mistake. I think they only attacked a 7K with Cavendish. So It didn't do
Kave
anything against the 8K leader.
Kave on Diashi. Yeah, I think that was a little bit of a misplay, but we have two 10Ks and a dream. Swinging with these means they're trying to make them decide what to do. Oh, it's definitely going to be the other new gate, right?
Oh no. Okay.
Interesting.
All right.
Yeah,
This is
interesting.
definitely territory of if we've.
Oh, this is 10
yeah,
draw?
yeah. We're
Luffy?
definitely.
Yeah, we're going for game.
Oh, we're going for game.
Oh,
Yeah.
are we playing into this? What's happening here?
I think we have to. I think we really have to.
Interesting.
Yeah, here's 10, and we've got the Secret Rare Luffy. This came out in OPO5 about a year ago. Dawn -10. You put all of your characters to the bottom of your deck, and then at the end of this turn, you get to draw a card. Now, this also works really well with Red Purple Luffy. I think it works better than what it does for Purple Luffy, where Red Purple Luffy, if you're at 0 life, you get to get a Dawn as well, or 0 Dawn. You didn't also get to pay 1 for this Luffy's effect. And then
then you take your additional turn.
Yep, our next turn. So we're going to go up to 4 Dawn, which means then we can pay another to go up to 5. And so now we've got a 10k attack and a 12k attack, and if that's enough, we win the game.
Yeah, okay. I think we probably didn't have a too hot of a hand as Bonnie.
Oh, but we're looking at if we can get out of it. Oh yeah, the zero cost solves so many issues. So we're at 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, exactly out. And,
wow.
That should likely be the game. We can attack this into the Shanks. Yeah, get rid of that.
Yeah.
Maybe we can survive at 1 life.
I don't think so. Unfortunately, there are too many attacks and a lot of Dawn.
Yeah.
So yeah, swing of the Shanks and hope for the best.
Yeah, the worst thing too is that the thing I would be scared about is that we could like even if we can't win next turn if they use their leader effect, right? They've got 1 life, and whatever attack we use, they can't get out of the next one. So we need like a rush card too. And then last thing I would say is that if I was Bonnie in that situation, I would highly think about keeping 2 Dawn open as I pass the turn, because on the next turn I would be able to use the leader effect to it. It really keep me out of danger.
Yeah. But I think it was still a little too late, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah. You could have used Bonnie search, I guess. Bonnie might be attacking the 1-drop. There's reasons for it.
Yeah.
Another 2k, and then 5k leader, 10k attack, 10 Dawn. That's 25. So we have 12 and 13.
Which with 2 cards, I don't think that's gonna be a possibility.
Yeah, I think that's just a little bit rough. Yeah, and a well played game from a Red Purple Luffy, but not quite
so close.
There. Yeah, we had the 0 cost as well, so I think we got up to 11, but not quite there. And last card in life was a 1k, so yeah, if that last attack hit, then the 12k would have been enough.
Yeah.
So close game. I'm happy you're able to see that. A little bit unfortunate for our Red Purple Luffy player, but I think this match is pretty tough for them as well.
Yeah, I can probably agree with that. And my camera's not working, so okay, well, I don't know to tell you.
Okay. Well,
I don't want anybody to be surprised. Yeah. But yeah, pretty easy, pretty interesting game overall. Bonnie, like I said, had a more lasting effect, or it was able to survive a little bit better than Luffy. And honestly, that last ditch effort, it's just the heart of cards. Not much you can do about that.
Yeah, and I mean, usually that 10 cost Luffy is a bit of a Hail Mary in general, being able to just say, like, if some decks can't play around it, some need an exact amount of attacks. It technically presents 2 attacks, but at the cost of like it's tough to do anything. So I will say, like in this
Mhm.
matchup, you can kind of safely play 10 cost Luffy a little bit early, and then just hope to ramp back up to 10 since it is pretty accelerated with him. But 9 cost Shanks is quite a scary card for that Luffy that to exist.
I agree. I agree. As soon as it came down, I was like, really? This is what we printed?
Yeah.
Interesting. Oh, okay. All right. Cool. Cool. But yeah, pretty entertaining match. It was very cool. Awesome to see a Red Purple Luffy in the mix in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, we get some more matches just like that.
Yeah, I agree. Well, we've got not how let's have these 18 minutes. I'm going to put 20 on there, so not a lot left of time left in this round either. Oh, there's Brian. He's here.
Hello.
So we're going to see what matches are finishing up and what we have left undefeated, and we'll try to get into round 3 with a good one. So if there's any decks that you want leader wise, let us know. We're just kind of looking at the top couple dozen tables too, based on the data that we have. So we can't look at the whole. It's not super easy to look at the whole roster in general right now, but we'll try to do our best. So Brian, is there any leader that you're interested in? I know you said
Maybe like a
Dofi, which won't be
Zoro.
an issue.
Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely gonna see a Dofi. I think yeah, probably like a Zoro. Or like some sort of multicolored leader that we haven't seen. See if they can kind of pull out a win in these early rounds.
Yeah, I know people are asking for Vegapunk as well, which I'd be interested in. I think we got one last event here for Carta as well, which was quite a grindy game, but I'll see if I can if there's anything interesting that I see off the top couple tables. So
Sure.
but yeah, that's going to be round number 2, and we'll see you guys in round number 3. We'll be right back. All right, we are back with game number 3, or rather, round number 3. We've got quite an interesting matchup. We've got Doflamingo, which I think was a little bit more known to be in this format, and then we've got ever the edge of competitive. It's Rebecca from OPO4.
I feel like every set, every format, someone tries Rebecca, right?
You cannot escape it, especially with the other blue-black leader, Sakazuki, being traditionally super strong. Everyone's like, well, we have the same card pool. Can Rebecca ever make it work? And I don't know, not being able to attack is quite a rough leader skill to possess.
Yeah, I mean, I wish this is dumb to say. I wish Rebecca was a 6K leader.
Yeah,
probably
right.
played a
You
lot
can't
more.
attack, right? I would
Might as well just be a
probably
6K leader.
say 6K 4 life.
Yeah,
maybe like 6K 3 life. I don't know.
yeah,
But I don't know.
yeah. But if it was like a 6K flat, I think it would be played so much more. But
Yeah.
I do agree that the card pool is really awesome. This matchup is interesting. We have the Jinbei into the Boa, right?
Yeah, and
Is
we're
that
all
what it is?
about something that's kind of rough for this is that we kind of rely on our leader swing to help us, get a couple cards off Dofi's field. But you're not able to do that in this one, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
if you're playing Rebecca, and if you're deciding to sleeve it up after into this format, you would have to have a game plan into this deck. Now, I don't personally know what it could be, but I know that you likely would need to have one. So we're playing pretty quick. We have the Keyros here, which is able to get rid of the Perona, but that's really it. We are going to be able to get a 5K attack, but then the Bow is going to be able to block it, and we're just going to pass from there.
Probably not worth it because of that block, but that's okay, I guess.
Yeah, must have just forgotten that they had that Bow there for the free block.
Yeah. Well, is what it is. Playing a little fast for to our detriment, I guess. But still 5 life, 4 life, or 5 life. Wait, what happened? Okay, yeah, 5 life.
We're 4 life. They just didn't update the dice. Yeah.
Okay. I was about to say that they took a hit. I was like, wait. Yeah, I mean, honestly, swinging out probably is the way here. Unless we have another card that rearranges, but we already know what our next cards are thanks to Perona.
And we
wow.
decided to use the pudding here. So a lot of thought about it. I think they had probably 6 or maybe 7 cards in hand, and causing the reset there is pretty rough.
I believe they had more than 6 because they took one for life and then one for the draw.
Yeah, and then Rebecca just got another one too. So
yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, I do think it's I don't know. This looks like it's already pretty tough for Rebecca. We have this 5K Jinbei likely going the leader. Now we're down to 4 cards in hand.
Yeah. Pretty much what Pudding's doing. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately for us. You have 2 Dawn open or maybe 1.
Yeah, 1 Dawn
for Dofi.
And then
looks like we're gonna
big 7. I likely would have done 6 and 6 in that scenario, forced them to have double 2Ks because otherwise it would have been a little bit worse. But down to 3 life, we're at, I believe, 6 Dawn for Rebecca, and going to be using 1 for our leader effect. Looking at the top 2, getting a Dressrosa card, which looks like another Keyros. Keyros is really good in most matches, right? Because it's really hard to remove. But I would say specifically for
blue,
yeah, they have just so many ways to answer this card, which makes it a little bit tough to play.
Yeah, bottom decking, returning, all that. That's pretty annoying for them, but is what it is. Just like you were saying, there has to have been some thought going into the tournament, knowing how much Dofi there is going to be. So we'll see if that does play out.
Yeah, and they're explaining the card. I know it, but just in case, I'm just gonna double check real quick. I think it's the hot culture. Let me see. Yeah, okay, so it is. It's the hot culture patchwork. Give it to one of your opponent's characters -3 cost. During this turn, then one of your opponent's character with cost of 0 will not become active in the next refresh phase. So essentially just being able to use that effect with Keyros to get rid of the Boa, and then playing another Kyros. And since we do have the Colosseum out, it can attack the turn it's played. So this has been some pretty good removal so far. Again, like these
Yeah.
Kyroses do generate a lot of value throughout the game. The
Mm-hmm.
biggest issue is that cards like Trafalgar Law can bounce them back into hand, like that's Sengoku, which can just really play around their whole protection effect.
Yeah. Which is gonna happen. I mean, that's just a matter of fact, not so much of an if.
Yeah.
Um, looking at our top card, see if we can rearrange. Most likely gonna use our leader effect this time around. But yeah, it was a pretty good swing back. Excuse me, on Rebecca's end. And we have a lot of game to go.
Yeah, so we're going to play that Boa we just found. So that's going to let us look at the top three once again, rearrange it, get to put a Dawn underneath our leader, which then we can add another Dawn, make it a 7k attack, and play
Yep.
the top card off our deck if it's something that Boa put there. So I think best card would either be Trafalgar Law, Jinbei and Trafalgar Law from hand wouldn't be too bad, and then, another Boa. Wow.
Wow. Okay. So not only 6K swings, but also 6K blockers, which is going to make Kyros's job a lot harder.
Yeah, and you'll see, like, obviously Doflamingo has just been able to get a lot of pressure on board. We're still at 5 life, so we're like never afraid of losing. Looks like we're gonna add 2k to hand with leader effect, and hopefully maybe we have like Luffy for 7. The
I was thinking about that. Yeah, I mean it's gonna be a pretty good thing to keep that on. We're gonna build our trash area as well, but I mean, only 3 cards in hand.
Yeah,
Not a terrible time.
So
yeah,
we're gonna go 7k into likely one of these Boas.
Mm-hmm.
And then, which means, this is good knowledge. So it means that we can use this effect. We put 7 cards from our trash to the bottom of our deck. And then from there, we get to return the Luffy to active. And then we're not able to switch to active during our next refresh phase. But it's another 7 to 6.
Let me double check if I have a 2K.
Yeah.
No, I don't. Never mind.
So, like, we can do double 1K. We're not attacking with the Kyroses, though? I would have maybe attacked with 1.
Yeah, I wouldn't care about the cards. You gotta progress the game a little bit when you're at 2 life, and you have the free swings, and they have protection for what it is. So, yeah, I mean, I would have swung with both, man.
Yeah, because either they have the red the gravity blade or not.
Yeah. Twin Dragon, whatever it's called.
Gravity blade, Raging Tiger.
Trust. I don't know why I keep saying dragon when it's tiger.
Well, one's crouching, one's hidden.
Oh yeah, it's one of them. So we already know what the top card is. I want to say from the Boa.
Yep.
So we're gonna
do a quick 2k, 1k. Yeah.
Yeah, that was to that. Did we not use leader effect? I guess we didn't, huh? We do have it.
But we do have the gravity blade, so that is pretty good at slowing down the game. So again, I think attacking into the board would have been a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like we're gonna get the. I forgot her name.
Is that Rebecca?
No, it's not Rebecca. It's Oh man, I forgot her name. It's the one you get to get a 3 to 5 to your hand.
Rebecca.
No, that's 3 to 7.
Oh, you're right.
You're
right.
getting farther away.
Oh,
this used to be a staple in Sakazuki. I can't believe I'm forgetting the name. It is Monshuri. Sorry, Monshuri. So
Monshuri,
it's a 1 cost,
right.
and then for 1 you get to place 2 cards to the bottom of your deck, and then add to 1 black card with a cost of 3 to 5 from your hand. So
yeah.
And we've got the Jack out now.
Interesting.
Which we don't have the reduction effect, so we can't get the pudding there, but we do have this.
What the heck?
In this past.
I feel like I keep looking away for 2 seconds to look back, and one of their boards is just gone.
I will say our Rebecca player is playing pretty fast.
Yeah.
They are slamming their cards down. But I also will say that when it comes to end of time procedures, Rebecca tends to get there more often than other decks. So I
Oh yeah. He
understand
probably recognizes
the
that.
want, and Dofi does a lot of things. So sometimes their turns just end up being very long too.
Mm-hmm. A lot of triggers, a lot of sequencing, a lot of stuff like that. And Rebecca as a deck just kind of survives. And yeah, I mean, we have Jack to deal with, Monkey Luffy to deal with. I feel like trying to deal with the Luffy might be the play here.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like that's just going to be a detriment here.
Ooh, but if we're not, we're probably going to see 10 drop Kaido hit the board. Yeah, we sure are.
Okay.
So,
That's something.
do you remember what this guy does?
Draw 4.
Correct. Yeah, that is. There's a little bit more text if your
How
opponent's
much?
at 3 or less life, but yeah, the bold part in my book is
Yes,
draw 4.
correct. Yeah, it's interesting because I always get mixed up with this Kaido and the other Kaido. So
Yeah. Now, if you want to get rid of this Kaido, you do have quite a
tell me
few
more.
tools. For example, we do have this Orlumbus here. We get to
Uh-huh.
KO something, give it -4 cost, so it currently costs 6. And
Okay.
then we've got this Hadron, which
Sure.
gives us another minus cost. I'd have to reread the specifics for it, but yeah, Kaido gets removed is the end of that story.
Okay, thank you.
You may rest your leader, give up to one of your opponent's characters -4 cost for the turn, so it reduced it by
Right,
8.
right.
Um,
It also attacked for the
yeah,
turn.
and then I think we can attack with Luffy once
Yeah.
in the leader, right? Oh no, we're
Hang
just
up.
gonna try to do
Oh,
everything all at once.
yeah. I was gonna say we're gonna just see the event card. I think the event card is more effective if they're at 4, right? Because then you can swing twice and
The
then
double attack one.
yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is better when they're at 4. Yeah.
So you may as well just swing.
Yeah, that's my
Get some cards
thoughts.
that I guess if they're I mean.
But we're at this weird point where like Doflamingo, if you're at 0, you're always afraid of Doflamingo because they can get around your blockers. But now we're in a spot where we have so much access to removal. Right, Jack can get rid of a card. We do need an additional 1 reduction, but Orlumbus can do that. Hadron is able to do that as well. Luffy can attack
Mhm.
twice into characters. Just a lot of great stuff.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, we got this Boa. After playing a Bleed the Jinbei and rearranging, most likely placing this under the leader, swing into. That's a hard one. I'd probably swing the face and then play out. What is this glare?
We've got Moria, Jinbei, Boa, and then this 2K Crocodile. So a bunch of 5Ks have hit the board. We have ways to pressure and remove them still with our board as is, but it's gonna be a good amount of work to do so.
Right. A lot of work and some decision making. Jack makes this a little bit easier. Same thing with Olympus, but yeah, not great. Just deciding on the 7K swing. I'm guessing to leader.
Yeah, going down to 1.
All right. See what our Rebecca player can do.
Man, they still have like 6 cards in hand thanks to that Kaido.
I know.
We're gonna add the Rebecca to our hand. 9 Dawn to work with. Again, we can use Hadron's effect to rest the Rebecca, and then use the Jack to pop the Boa, or whatever we
Looks like
decide to
that's
give the
what's
minus
gonna happen.
cost to. Which again, I'm going to
Oh,
assume is
it's the boa for sure.
sure.
And then if we play something, we're gonna swing it to the croc if needed. There goes the boa.
Yeah, we got a lot of things that we could play. We could play at a second Luffy, which would be pretty scary.
That's
Currently,
pretty.
though, with most Doflamingo builds too, is that they only have as many attacks as they present.
Right.
So if you have they don't play rush cards. And if you're able to remove their board every turn, which looks like we have a pretty solid chance to, with this Luffy being able to again attack twice and into active characters.
That's true. It's something to keep in mind. Probably is what's going to happen here.
All right.
But one drop Rebecca comes down first. Probably grab the Sabo. Yeah. I think that's a good pick. We're probably playing that then. If I had to take a guess. I mean, we're at 1 life, and we're really trying to set up for this turn to take everything at once, or at 1, but it doesn't look like it. We're at 4 Dawn now. And last but not least is the Jimbei. Orlumbus, and now 7k to life.
We're playing the Rebecca here.
Grab back 2k.
And then
Kyros to pop the other one after the Orlumbus reduction, looks like.
Okay. They must have done that.
They popped the Rebecca one.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So that makes sense. That tracks.
Dang, you can't make me correct you.
No, you're right. Sorry. They're just
the other way around.
But I understand why. We're halfway through the round. We're closing in, but
yeah,
this is getting pretty tricky.
Yeah, but this is pretty deflating for a Dofi player, right? I mean, sure, we can do this to remove Kyros and Rebecca.
No, I think the cost reduction is more impactful. Yeah.
Sure. I was like, what are we removing actually? But I guess that makes sense. Let's get that out the way. I mean, from here, I guess you can swing 7. Oh, we're not even going to take the chance. Was that to... What was that to, actually? I guess the Luffy?
I suppose so, yeah.
Huh, okay.
Maybe they're afraid of losing next turn.
They might.
We're going to get Rebecca back to our hand. Yeah, I think the play is just to hit them down to 2 life and then just pause again.
I mean, they have a decent amount of cards in hand. I'm not afraid of losing next turn. So if they do the as Rebecca, if they do the double attack here, I wouldn't really blame them. But it looks like that's not what's going to be the case.
Yeah. 2k, 1k. We're going to attack with Jack. 8k, put them down to 3.
Now, what is the rest of this done? Click Rebecca, maybe? Oh, no, Olympus.
And then Sabo. Okay.
Sabo. Okay.
Yeah, in archetype Sabo. A rarity, but still a strong guy.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they want their liberties back from Black Yellow Luffy and others.
But I would say first couple turns looked like Rebecca was struggling to stabilize, and we're at 1 life, which is pretty scary. But now with Doflamingo not really being able to establish a foothold, they're probably like, man, if they're at 0 life, I could perfume and just go for it. But now it's a little bit scarier.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's just one of those things. This is kind of what Rebecca as a deck wants to do.
Mm-hmm.
Is just control your board over and over again, and then somehow have 1 or 2 threats every time. But this time, you have a lot of them, and this looks like it's pretty similar to the last turn. Yeah, with the boa, which is cool. This is kind of what Dofi wants to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's just
a pretty strong, 10 Dawn play, right? Being able to boa.
Yeah.
Bottom deck all of them too, so there's nothing guaranteed good on deck.
Whatever. Let's do it. Roulette time, baby. Let's go.
Okay, we got a teach.
2 costs.
It's better than nothing, but we got there. 7 into life, so 2k blocker, and then we're going to pass back. So
yeah, I mean that was a cool 10 Dawn play, but it's a cool 10 Dawn play when you had all the stuff you did before with it, right? So I think that's kind of like the caveat here. Um, just staring all the stuff down, it looks pretty menacing.
Yeah.
And all your stuff is probably going to get removed again.
So they're playing super fast. I'm trying my best just to figure out. So they use Orlumbus's effect and on the Kiros, which we can prevent the pop by resting our stage to make the boa
The
cost less, so we can use
reduction.
the Jack effect
Jack.
to pop
Yep.
it.
Uh-huh.
We do for leader effect. We still have like 9 Dawn available to us. We've got a couple of attacks in. My guess is we're just still not going to like full commit. We're probably going to use Luffy to attack into the Moria, or Lumbus to hit them down to 2, and then go from there.
Sure.
Yeah, it looks like big 9 into Moria. As much Dawn as we can spare with Orlumbus attacking 7, hitting them down to 2.
What is the rest here?
We're actually hitting them down to 1. Wow.
This is probably a gut check, if I take a guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, like you don't even need the double to go for game. We're gonna play Rebecca
Yeah.
probably over the Kiros, if I'm guessing right.
Yeah.
Use it to get another 2K, and then Doflamingo doesn't really have a good answer to again a block 1 life and 1 blocker with no board is pretty tough. All right, looks like we have about 10 cards left in our deck. We got another 2K, 1 life, 1 blocker, and we're gonna be passing it back.
You may as well use Luffy effect, right? But I guess
no, because you want to be able to attack twice next turn, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was like, yeah, I guess you want to just do it then.
But you could still do it. Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Use it. I mean, if you want to swing 9K, go for it. May as well. Makes your next turn a little bit easier. And if they go down to 0, that's even better. Because then you can use the Luffy effect anyway next turn. Yeah, I feel like this is perfectly fine.
Yeah, and we're just gonna pass. Sure.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, not that I would be worried about Luffy getting down next turn, but maybe they're just afraid of like actually running out of cards in deck.
Yeah, well, that was my concern too. Like after they checked their deck, I was like, yeah, you may as well do it now.
Right, okay. The kind of the same play, but in like a different order.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, well, it's pretty much the same thing. We're gonna swing 7 with our leader, but the only difference now from 3 turns ago is that we're at 1 life. So
yeah, so at the beginning of this game, I was like, man, there's Dofi can always feel pretty safe about like never losing at the early game, but we've made it pretty clear into the late game, and even though we played 10 drop Kaido to kind of be able to reset some advantage in that late game, it didn't really pan out. And looks like we're going to be using its effect, playing out the law, which we wanted to see likely way earlier. We're going to use itself. We're going to bounce Orlumbus back to hand, which makes sense because that cost reduction is pretty obnoxious, and we're going to pass it back to Rebecca. So likely, yeah, Rebecca's in a really good spot, though. If we get 1 cost reduction on the, like one of those, like the 2K Tin Soldier, Jack can just remove it, and then we put 7 Dawn on Luffy, got 2 14Ks trying to go for game.
Yeah, that might be what the case is here. I like how Jack is just, as I'm sure you've seen, just a big body that removes something.
Yeah,
he's like, I'm an 8K, I get the swing too,
Mm-hmm.
But no, we don't care about that. Sorry, Jack.
Interesting, we're not trying to go for game.
I mean, we can just remove stuff and still ping him down. Maybe the concern is his hand size. I think he has like 6 cards, 7 cards in the hand, maybe. But I mean, 2 14K swings is a lot too. So yeah. I don't know.
We're gonna use Jack's effect.
Jack, okay. Yeah. Jack to reduce just enough for our other Jack. What am I saying? Brook to reduce just enough for our Jack to remove. I mean, what are we swinging with? Sabo, I guess?
No, We might just be using Luffy's effect to attack into
Oh,
board
both of these
again.
guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the concern is the hand size. I think that's why we're not going for game.
Yeah. I mean, they're. Oh, okay. No, we are.
Oh, sure, dude.
And then do it again. We got
Yeah, do it
5 Dawn,
again.
so this is a 12K.
I mean, this isn't terrible either because like we're not dying because of these two blockers.
It's
They
tricky because
technically can
we
be
bounce them
removed
all
though.
back to their hand, so they know that we can get rid of one of them.
Yeah, yeah.
So this is 9, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Okay, so we're good.
Yeah, that's 14. So
Yeah.
I mean, having 2 more Dawn to be able to do that would have made a difference. Oh, okay, never mind. It's obvious.
Ah,
All right, there it is.
bummer. Oh, we had like 3 2Ks at least.
Yeah,
And Rebecca's hand. Oh yeah, we were fine, right? We were perfectly fine.
yeah.
Most likely, anyway.
Yeah. Maybe not the avenue I would have used to get there, but definitely worked
We
out.
got
And
there.
big congrats to Serena for this so far. And only good luck from here. That was a 30-minute game almost.
Mm-hmm.
And
It wasn't
likely
that bad though.
this is likely one of their shorter matches potentially for the day.
My man plays pretty quick, so
They
so,
do, but that's hard to keep up for 7 more rounds.
yeah, Rebecca's cooking.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were cool. I think that was a great match. Definitely, like if you were considering Rebecca in the first place, this player did really well to showcase like the options that you have against a very prominent deck. Like Dofi's, you're gonna see Dofi forever or everywhere, right? So
Yeah. So
um,
looked like this match went well for them, and good luck on future
yeah,
ones. And we'll definitely try to keep our eye on how Rebecca's doing for the rest of this tournament.
for sure.
All right. Well, that's going to be it for round number 3. We're pretty much at the end of the round 2. We went. There's like 7 minutes left in the round, so I'm going to start a 20-minute timer right now. But again, a good amount of variety going on right now. We are in the early rounds. That Rebecca was undefeated and still is, so they're 3-0 currently, and looking forward to seeing how they do for the rest of it as well. So. I did have a couple other leaders that I had pulled aside undefeated. That were still undefeated. Like I saw a red purple Uda, which was really interesting. I've very rarely seen that deck sleeved up, but between red and purple getting some good cards, there's some strengths from it, and then also just more of the usual stuff we've been seeing. Also, I saw a Vegapunk that was undefeated into this round. So if Vegapunk won, we'll definitely can jump over that one too.
Okay, sounds good to me. Yeah, I got some choices before we get into the regular stuff. Probably post round 6, 7, right? So
yeah, next round is 4. We have 9 or 10 rounds, so we're approaching the halfway mark. Yeah, starting round 6, I would say it's mostly Doflamingo, Black Gale Luffy, Rob Lucci, Bonnie, and Anel. I'd say it's going to be pretty hard to find a match without one of those 5 in it. So
yeah, definitely. All right, see how Vegapunk does.
Yeah.
If not, we'll see something that's hopefully we'll find something that's a little unique. So
sure,
I'm down for anything. If you do have something, please put it in the chat. But until then, we're gonna see you guys in round 4.
Cool. All right, so sounds good. We'll figure that out, and we will be right back. All right, we are back with round number 4. A couple updates. One, we are likely, based on where we're at right now, likely only 9 rounds today. So that's the
Oh
first bit of
no.
news. And then second, we are in round 4, and currently this red purple Uta is undefeated. So I did want to kind of go over this match and see how they are, because this is clearly, I know Doflamingo is a matchup. It's going to be pretty present. It's going to be kind of hard to avoid it for most of the day, but if you're playing a 4 life leader, you have to know how you're going to be answering a Doflamingo matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the game plan is. We do have some minus here. We do have some ramp into some interesting cars. I'm sure. I have no idea what our Uta player, since we don't really see too many of these decks, has in their deck. But hey, they're here, undefeated, round 4, and got another Doflamingo to go. So opening up with. I believe this is the Luffy, 2-cost Luffy that is a Surger. Let me make sure.
Yeah, it's for a film card. So this deck definitely is more of the film engine, and that does help you get some early plays.
Yeah. Yeah, you do need it for the leader effect. You need it for a number of things, but hey, we got the 4-cost ramp, and just a pretty easy couple turns here. And we did open with Perona. We could see a Jinbei come down, could see a number of things come down from Dofi's end, but definitely going to see a 7K swing here. I have
Yeah.
no doubt about it.
Yeah, and so kind of like the same kind of stuff that we saw in the Marco match, where this 3K body is actually kind of nice because it lets us make attack into a 5K. Since this red purple is going to let us do that with the Uta, so we can make the crocodile a 3K body and then use our Luffy to attack into it if we want to.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like we're at 4. We do know that we add the Ein to our hand, and then we can also use our Uta effect to go from pretty much up to 6 Dawn this turn as well. And we're going to actually do that a little bit better too. So we played the Bond Clay. We're going to use the effect. We're going to discard likely the Ein.
Yeah, since we already have that ramp on 4, and it has no counter power, so it makes sense. Now we're at 6, right?
Yeah, and then we made their crocodile a 3K. So easy trade there. We're at 6 Dawn, going to 8 next turn, and now we're in some pretty big numbers and still at 3 life.
Yeah, I'm liking this already. Yeah, we were talking about before, right? Where multicolor leaders start at 4, kind of a detriment. Kind of seeing that here, 3 to 5, and Dofi's board can kind of get out of hand pretty quickly. And now we're going to go ahead and return our Bond Clay using the law. Looks like going down to 2 already.
Yeah, and but I will say that Doflamingo hasn't had an explosive start. We have a lot of pieces here, and now we have just a plethora of just good removal cards and top end. And curious to see what else is in this Uta deck.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about before, man. Like we have a pretty decent card pool, right? Between red and purple, but we're probably going to use our leader effect one last time, reduce this guy here, and start swinging. And then oh wow, never mind. Never mind. Okay.
Yeah. So we're currently at 8 Dawn. Looks like we're just going to use Queen's effect to be able to draw 2 and trash 1. Standard purple play.
Yeah.
And, so
hasn't changed.
We're still at 7. We're going to 7 Dawn. So next turn we're going to 9. But 9 and 8 are kind of where we get some really good numbers.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, I also will say it's a little bit tricky for Doflamingo to interact with a 5-cost blocker compared to a 4-cost blocker, so that helps too. All right, playing the Mihawk off the top of the deck. 7k attack. We're going to block 2k. And then use that extra 1 Dawn to play Sengoku. So really it's going to come down to how easy are you able to interact with your opponent's board here, and go from there. But the queen blockers staying around is going to be nice. That Luffy's just watching the game at this point, and we're passing it back to Uta.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. So are we at 9, Don?
Yeah, we're at 9 Dawn. Yeah, because we -1 with queen. We could have discarded another card to go back up there, but we'll nine's. There's a lot of great cards at this Dawn amount.
Right.
And it looks like we're going to use all 9. We're going to play out the Charlotte Linlin, a new card from OPO8. Honestly, I think this card helps a lot of purple decks because it lets you heal a card, which is great when you're trying to be more, medium defensive. So that is going to be there to help you just remove the Boa, and then we're going to attack 5 here, and we're going to likely think about using our leader effect. It's a little bit costly because we have to discard a card to do so, but it might be worth it. We also could be attacking at leader and then have Luffy try to pressure. Yeah, it looks like we are. So we're going to use the effect with Shiraya, discard, make the Mihawk a 3k.
Cool.
Yeah, if I was like a little bit greedier, I would have maybe attacked leader there and then attacked Luffy, and if they'd let it go, attack queen into it, but they're still in a pretty good spot for red purple Uta right now.
Yeah, this Linlin card is pretty sweet. Probably play another one sometime or another as this game progresses. But the interesting thing about this matchup is that, like, I feel like it's good for a number of situations, but because Dovi can put out these like 4 costs and 2 costs, or 4 costs and 2 costs so easily. There's just so many of them, It just I guess it reduces this value just a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. And we saw this with the Rebecca matchup too, is that, Dofi has a lot of early pressure. And like even, I will say, like, Rebecca just happened to have enough removal to get rid of 3 bodies every turn. Most decks aren't afforded that luxury. And you just have to kind of watch them, create a board every turn.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that is kind of the gist of it, unfortunately. But it's not like a terrible thing. I think if your deck is equipped like black decks and obviously the Rebecca deck that we saw, that can clear these boards. It's not too big of a deal. But hey, we're at 6 life and now 5 cards on board.
Yeah, I mean, it was it was kind of a joke, but like,
yeah,
here we are.
I was like, as I kept talking, I was like, wait a second, this is getting worse.
There's another one. Yeah, it's a real thing.
Wait a second.
Yeah, but being at 10 Dawn now, I think Uta's in like a really good spot. You just have to again, being able to have a heal card like this helps you immensely, even if you have to like lose a Dawn and a card in hand to do so. It just means like you used 1 card to get out of any attack next turn, right?
Sure.
And looks like we're just going to go 5 into Jinbei. Get the free block. This might have been a little bit of bait.
Yeah.
All right, looks like we're going to attack 9 into one of these, asking for cards in hand. Now, one card that's in my mind right now that could be played is the 10 cost Shanks. This came out in OPO6. It's just KO something. I think it's 10k or less. I don't think you can get rid of. Let me double check. Yeah, anything with 10k power less, which is 12k power less if you have your leader ability. Which,
Which
if
one?
we do have that card, I think I'd rather have seen it with the boa. Play it first, get rid of the boa. But yeah, that is what we're playing. Getting rid
Okay.
of the boa there and then passing.
At least that's something. It's a big body. Pop something. We do have some protection between Queen and Linland's pretty high attack power.
Yeah.
Yeah, this isn't the end of the world being a 2 life. This is the challenge with going against Dofi, right? Like their board just continues to be filled up every turn, or pretty much every turn actually. And you're staring down at 6 life, and at some point you're gonna have to make that decision of like, what's more important, trying to win the game or trying to take care of their board. So this is gonna be a bit of a challenge, I think. Putting down more and more cards like our 12k here. It's gonna be the case here. I think this is 8k, 8k to lead. I want to say. So targeting our queen. Oh, 3. I don't know why I saw 6. So this is gonna be 2Ks. Yeah. Yeah. Duta. Yeah. Mm. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't doubt it. I mean, we're gonna have 3 done after that as well. I mean, we could swing 8 instead, maybe 9 into that queen. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's just like wouldn't feel too good to go like 9 into 9 and use the Dolphin Leader effect. Because if you use the Dolphin Leader effect, what is 3 gonna get you after that, right? Maybe a 5k swing into lead. That's pretty much the only thing I think of. So I was like, I feel like you should use all the remaining non into swinging the queen if you have no better play than that. Yeah. Yeah, this what it looks like. Still 3 cards in hand. So we just had everything in our hand, it seemed like, for Uta. Yeah. I agree. I mean, it feels like we're not in like a terrible position. It would be a terrible position if we were like at 2 life, as Dofi. But because we're at 6, that they're probably going to be swinging into our bodies, and they're probably not going to do too much damage.
Yeah, so we started
But
with a
we'll
5 into
see.
Crocodile, get a 1k out.
Surprised that we didn't use our leader effect, but I'm guessing we're playing something pretty large here.
Yeah, we also have like so much. I don't know, like it's a card in hand, which can be pretty valuable, right?
Sure.
But I would have liked to, if you use the Luffy attack to do
Mm-hmm.
so, and then because we have like backup ones for it.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, we're gonna play another Luffy. This is gonna look at our top 3 once again for a film card. Looks like we're gonna add Shanks.
Yeah.
And then what we're gonna do with the rest of our Dawn. Looks like 5 for likely another Queen. Oh, the guild that I was talking about. Yeah. So Dawn -1, we get to look at the top, or we get to add 2 cards back to our hand. So it looks like we're gonna add 2 2Ks. 2 2Ks there. And then we got 3 Dawn left, and I think we're just going to pass it back, likely. Oh, no, we do have 3. Oh, for probably a Shariah, if we have it.
That'd be a pretty decent play.
Oh, no, we're just going to pass.
Huh, okay.
Likely to just prevent a really good Gravity Blade value, I guess.
I mean, I guess. I mean, you're still going to get... No, I feel like Shariah's probably fine. Actually.
Yeah.
It's probably fine. But, if you don't have it, you don't have it.
So just a 7. Surprised we're not just wanting to do blocker 2K, but...
Right.
Here we are. We're going to, for 4, play Moria. Which is likely going to get a Jinbei back. And then Jinbei and another body. Yeah. Which is Weevil to get the card draw. So again, 1 card produced 10 Dawn worth of value, 8 Dawn and 3 bodies on the board, which is, again, pretty scary.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We know that there's a 10-drop Shanks in hand because we had that earlier. And I think this is definitely the turn that we could start whittling down their resources if we felt like it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, like, I think Dofi just kind of putting them in position to, like, say, hey, give me some more cards in hand, kind of thing, for my life. Guess that's the approach here.
Yeah, but we're stepping these 5s down. 9K going down to 5 life. 12K, likely taking that one too. And then playing another Shanks to get rid of the Weevil.
Yeah. Yeah, that Shanks is going to do some work, man. 2 12K swings, remove 2 things already.
Yeah,
it's going to be pretty hard to get around.
It's a little expensive, but this is a pretty scary point right now for for Uta. We have
Yeah.
2 life, 3 cards in hand, and even if we survive, we're not like guaranteed to be able to get there next turn. So taking the life, going down to 4. And looking at another 7 coming down from Moria. And again, 4 in hand. We know that there's also a perfume in hand too, so blocker and just going to let it go. We're going to go 7 again, because the last ones have been doing pretty good. Again, being at 0 life is pretty scary against this Dofi, and we're going to have to need like a Linlin next turn.
Yeah, you really don't want to do that.
And then if we have 4 for like a Jimbei play, put 2 more bodies on the board, that's pretty scary. All right, so there's the Weevil. Pretty much at this point, either you have to just go for game, or you have the Linlin to put a Weevil into a life, clear board with what your board is, and then just bunker up.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, like 12k is likely going to finish game, especially once you know the last card in their life is a non-counter with that bow we put there.
Being 0 life is pretty scary though. So they're gonna have to make something happen here.
Looks like the first move is a 6k at likely Moria, one of the 5ks.
Yeah.
Oh, with having 9 Dawn open though, it's looking like they likely have the Linlin.
That's a possibility. I mean, what good does that do you at 0 though?
It heals you 1. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Yeah.
is true. I was only thinking about the removal.
Yeah. No, the healing's going to be pretty impactful, I think.
Yeah.
Yep, there's 9. And yep, there's the Linlin. We're going to discard a card from her hand, which is the Ein.
Jimbei.
And then heal 1 and put the Weevil to the bottom, which again, knowing that the last 2 cards in their life have non-counter is pretty impactful.
Yeah. Some category vibes.
And strictly speaking, we got a lot of previous, current, future warlords, or not warlords, 4 emperors on that board for Uta. So that's you're just gonna need a lot of counter to not just lose next turn to all this pressure that they can put out.
Oh, surely.
Yeah, and now like Dofi has a choice too. Like they can go 7 and or 7 and 8. I believe are their 2Ks. So they can go 8 and 9 if they think they can win the game that way. It literally might just be their best shot, which is kind of tough to rationalize.
Right. I mean, are you feeling like this is the last turn for him?
It could be, right? Like it's tough to, it's weird to say that when you're at 4 life, which is the starting point for half the leaders in this game, right?
Correct.
However, when there are 2 9Ks, 2 12Ks, a 5K body, your Uta, it's asking a lot. And I think the other thing is I think we know 1 or 2 2Ks are in hand because of the guild that we added there last turn.
Huh. Tough decisions here.
Yeah, and this is the second game in a row where we've watched Doflamingo player play. They have their. Honestly, I would say that Asher's start was a little bit lackluster. Not to their own fault, just they weren't able to see their good pieces. But that slowed down the momentum, the pace of the game a little bit, and now it's in a pretty rough spot.
Mm-hmm.
And 10 minutes left in the round, so we got some time to think, right? Especially if this is maybe even their last turn in the game, right? And it's if do we think we're going to apply enough pressure? If we're going to win, be able to survive next turn? Because again, like even without any Dawn attachment, 9/9/12/12 does so much work, right?
Mm-hmm. I think that's the thing about this particular turn. I think there's more of a likelihood that you will lose next turn than the likelihood of you winning this turn.
Yeah.
So I think honestly, you don't have very much choice. But we're gonna go with the Pomona.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're trying to block her up or something, but
yeah, because we've gone through a good amount of boas. One's in life right now.
yeah.
Still thinking. All right, this is definitely to the point. If I was playing, to be like, hey, I get it, I know where we are, but there is a pace of play, right? Like this is, I know this is a big decision. This is probably one of the few last decisions you have in this game, but you gotta make
Mm-hmm.
it.
Yeah. I would probably say something at this point as well.
Be like,
I mean,
hey,
I'm not like too concerned, but being at one life to their four, with time coming, I feel like
yeah,
it's definitely something to
I think we're
mention.
good on time, but if I would step aside, some
Like pace of play.
games go into time, right? And people usually criticize like the last 5 minutes or so, which we're approaching, but
Mm-hmm.
this is turning to be, we've made two decisions in the last 4 minutes, so
Sure.
we do need to start cementing our decisions.
Right.
All right, we've got 9 Dawn left. We know the top card of our deck is plus another 4. It could just be blocker and big number. Oh, but no, we're going 8. We're doing the slightly worse play of half committing.
I mean, maybe it was just like, hey, let me see what I can see.
Yeah.
In the top 5. Oh yeah, well.
Yeah. At this point, I would have
well.
likely have let it go. And then
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe if I had another Lin in hand, it'd make a big difference. But
you may as well go 8 into the guild, but oh well.
Oh, it looks like we're trying to have or to eat our pie and have it too, where we are pressuring them, trying to go down to 1 life for them, and now we're able to get some defensive, cards back to our hand. Looks like we're going to go down to 0 once again.
Mm-hmm.
Last on is going to be the Sengoku. The top 5, maybe get another 2K and just another 1K. And we're going to pass it back. So looks like Doflamingo has a pretty healthy hand of about 7 cards. If we have another Lin, we could maybe try to stall out another turn. We know that the perfume is in hand too, so we can't really respect the idea of what is it? Just putting a blocker and praying. So
Right. Yeah, I mean, we know that we returned a couple cards back. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards in hand. We're
I
at
think we're
0
at
life.
8, actually.
Yeah, you're right. 8.
We know
Must have
there's
been that other card.
we know there's a 1K. We know that there's a perfume in hand and then an additional 6.
Right.
Yeah, so at this point, and then we need 5 attacks to go in, and we have 6 attacks this turn.
Yeah.
We could do something like 9, 9, 10, 10, 12, 12. Again, knowing those last 2 life are non-counters makes a huge difference.
That's true.
Yeah, all right, big 9. Yeah, and since when they're at 2 life, we know that our attacks don't need to get any bigger.
Mm-hmm.
So, because again, they got 2 non-counters in there. So we can maybe even do something like 8, 9, 11, 12, 12.
Let me see. Yes. I don't like cards in hand though. I feel like
We could also be playing 10 cost Luffy.
Sure.
Which would gives us another turn, 2 more swings.
I'd be very surprised if it did have 10 cost Luffy.
Boy. All right, so we got out of the 9K attack. 3 cards in hand. We needed to use a bunch of 1Ks to do so.
This seems possible now after that.
Yeah, I think we can just do 9K with Guild. Make sure we play around a potential Gravity Blade in trash or in life, and then I think we can just go for it.
Yeah, I think you're good. I think you're good now. I think you're good. I think you just go for it, man. But yeah, I agree. I think the math is fine though.
Yeah,
like as long as you do
the fact
one.
that they use all these 1Ks, I mean, unless they're playing the 0 cost, we can pretty say. I mean, we know perfume is still 1, right? We should know that. So going like 8 or 9K, I think is super fine. And then we can just get bigger numbers from there.
I think you go 9, 9, see where their hand is, and then you have a lot easier math. I think.
Oh, no, don't a 10 here. No way, no way. A 10 here is the play. All right, he's agreeing with it. Yeah, if they are down to 3 cards in hand, no way a 10K is the right play.
I don't think so either.
Ooh, okay, this is kind of scary. Again, I would attack with Guild first because you need to. If they have their Gravity Blade in their life, you can just lose from that.
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, I think you need to swing with the lower costs anyway.
Yeah,
if you're not going against yellow. So I think just 9 is fine, man.
Yeah. No,
7's
Don?
not going to be enough.
7K. All right. 7K is quite the call out.
7 may be enough, but if they had the 0 cost, it's like whatever. Yeah. They had a bunch of 1Ks, which means that that's what I was saying. Like they had a bunch of 1Ks.
Now. Yeah, now we can just go for it.
No.
What are we playing? A dragon?
No.
Sure.
You didn't have to do that.
And then we used our active Dawn.
Oh.
No, we just
okay.
Okay,
That's
8.
Yeah.
No, we're fine.
So
we're fine.
It's the 2 plus the 1 extra.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna swing. And then we have
9,
rush.
9, 12, 12. Yeah, this is.
Yeah, so this is game. So you don't. I mean, you couldn't get the other ones. These are dead cards. This is a game.
Yeah. And yeah, at the time it looks like their hand was dead. If they went for game, they would have lost.
I think
Uta. So I think Uta did not have the counter to get out of an 8 and 9.
Yeah.
So tough game, super close, and Uto was able to take that one.
Yeah, that was interesting to say the least. I think it just kind of got out of hand as soon as the first Shanks got got put down, and we got kind of bailed out with the Linlin as well, right? The two Linlin. So, yeah, definitely a big back and forth. Uta remains undefeated, which is funny to say.
Yeah.
Going into round 5. So yeah, pretty fun match.
I don't think I've won 4 games with that Uta leader in my life. So to do that in a tournament setting is an accomplishment in itself.
Yeah, I agree. That was cool. We don't have too much time actually.
No, we don't.
I don't think so
I'm gonna put like 11 minutes on the timer, so we'll see there. I was following a Vegapunk player earlier. I don't know if they won or lost, so we'll check that on the in between. And then otherwise, just see if there's any other leaders or players that are currently 4-0 in this. So
Okay.
we don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to spend that time now. We'll be right back, and we'll see you guys into round number 5.
Yeah.
All right, we are back with round number 5. We have, I believe, 64 undefeated players around there going into this round, and of them, we've got quite a lot of different just cards or like leaders available. Right? I know we're seeing Dofi for a third time, but I had people ask for Vegapunk. I know going into this round, we had an undefeated Red Purple Uta that we saw last round. We also have Rebecca still undefeated. We also have a Smoker player who's still undefeated, which if they win, I'd like to try to see that matchup next time. But there's a lot of interesting decks.
Yeah, this is going to be the most interesting, I think, versus the least interesting, unfortunately. Okay, I would say least interesting.
He's still kind of got that new car smell, right? He's still.
Yeah, no, he does. He does. He's uninteresting because it's 3 times in a row, which, not on purpose. It's just how it turned out.
Yeah, and I don't listen. I'm not trying. I'm trying to be unbiased here. I'm not trying to put like 3 games in a row where Dofi queues up into a worse than average matchup. But that might be what we have. But looks like we're going to start off. We have a trigger off of life. It's going to be the Rocket Luffy, which is going to get rid of that nicely, freshly played Jimbei and pass it back.
Amazing.
All right. We are at 4 life. Now, Vegapunk is probably, again, like one of the more unique leaders in this game. He starts at 2 life. And then he essentially, you can pay 1 Dawn every turn to heal is the short answer. You can also use it to play out a body offensively, but looks like we're going to use the Atlas here and attack in.
Yeah, it's interesting because early we saw one leader who can't attack, got another one who can't attack,
that is 2 more than I was expecting to see on stream today. I'll be honest.
Right.
To have both of them still undefeated too, 4 rounds.
Yeah.
In,
might be a trend. Might be a trend.
It might be a trend. Why are we attacking? Why not just why attack? Just be peaceful.
Well, listen.
Meanwhile, we're playing against Doflamingo, which with a literal when attacking effect. So it's like the the bitter opposite.
Yeah.
So, but currently this Atlas, in case you guys don't know it, which I wouldn't blame you guys, if you have less life cards than your opponent, which we will for the majority of this game, this character cannot be KO'd in battle. So very good to establish early. It can still be bounced back to hand with stuff like Jozu. It can still get Raging Tigered back to the bottom of the deck. But it's going to essentially be a constant 6k attacker. It's going to replace our leader attack for the majority of this game, which is quite nice.
Yeah, that is pretty good. It's interesting that it's like unstoppable force, movable objects.
Yeah.
Dofi being unstoppable force, just trying to swing as much as they can. While they're 4 costs and they're a leader and stuff like that. But every time you swing, you ended up rewarding Vegapunk. So it's just one of those things you have to kind of consider. Yeah. I will say that starting at 2 life is a little bit of a detriment, but that's just the deck.
Yeah. The other thing to kind of keep in mind is that last cards in life, it's not even worse defensively just because you are closer to losing, but also it just means you get 3 or 4 less cards in the game, right? But with Vegapunk, the value game is a lot different. We attacked into leader, which plays out this Vega blocker here, which is a 6k, and then they're going to pass with 2 cards active, which means our Atlas can't really attack into it, which is a bit of a detriment. But we're going to 6 Dawn. We're going to see if we have any additional plays here. We also have the stage set up too, which means that we can attack and not be too afraid of bringing something back active like a blocker. So Egghead is literally if you have 3 or less life cards, set up to 1 Egghead type character with a cost of 5 or less to active at the end of your turn.
Yeah, pretty interesting names. I'm not too big on the lore, but it's very funny.
Yeah, and we're just gonna go 6 and then 6. This is gonna let us put them down to 3. I don't think we'd want to attack them much more than that because generally Vegapunk decks use Yamato. We can use its effect to get rid of a 4 cost and heal 1, but we put them down to 3. And with our 6 Dawn, we can play out a 5 cost and then put another card into our life as well. So looks like we've got the Nami. We're going to use the Nami effect to discard Pyragathis. Since we've got 3 or less cards, we get to draw 1. And then likely use the effect to put something in life. Yeah, which is the Rayquaza Assistance. Or sorry, Rayquaza Help. Sorry, my apologies.
Okay.
Yeah,
gotcha.
Yeah. I know you're queued up to correct me, but I appreciate you not.
Yeah, man. Yeah, not this time though.
Yeah, not this time.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. 3 cards in hand. End of turn. We're going to use our Egghead to set our Vega back to active and pass back with the blocker, and that Atlas, which still cannot be KO'd in battle because it's 3 life to 2.
Yeah, pretty annoying. It's just like Bonnie. Like a bunch of these cards in Vegapunk is just kind of annoying.
Mm-hmm.
Like all of them have triggers, and all of them kind of do one thing that it kind of annoys you, right? Like the Shaka is interesting as well. You know.
Oh, sorry.
It
is Shaka. I've been calling it Vega. My apologies.
Oh, I know what you meant.
Yes, but now I know what I meant too.
We all know what you meant now.
My apologies.
That's okay.
I know it's a 5/6 blocker. That's the main selling point for me as a player.
Yeah, it's Sanji. If you went to the gym,
sure. In Egghead, specifically.
You know, got some Daft Punk vibes. I think just trying to figure out what we want to do. It looks like we're doing a boba. Make our swings a little easier. No point in swinging at this Atlas. So we're just going to swing probably all of it. Looks like 9K to face. Is that what's happening here?
No, it looks like it was into the Atlas, not knowing what the effect is, unfortunately. So,
oh no,
not that it's a big issue. If you attacked into their life, they would have been able to play a Rocket Luffy out for free. So I think it's at a point where you didn't really want to attack in the first place. But it is a little bit unfortunate there.
I think it's unfortunate because they use Fort Dawn. You know, that Fort Dawn could win anywhere else.
Sure, that's fair. All right, we're going to attack Atlas in. They're going to 2K out. We're going to attack in with Shaka. Another 2K out. Wow. We're going to think about attack with Nami. All right, we're going to go big 6 with Nami. We're going to go down to 2. So, again, I think that... Let me double check. If you have less life cards, yeah. So, you can get the... the Atlas can be KO'd in battle, but then we're also playing out the new Linlin from the star deck, Ace. You get to trash 1 card from your hand, and then your opponent either trashes 2, trashing 2 puddings, that's fair, or they lose a life. So this is definitely a new add to the deck, but I like the idea of it. When we have so much more access to like card cycle and stuff, like late game, like Vegapunk, like never loses out on value. They just get a lot of pressure. And a lot of cycles. So this going here, like making my opponent discard 2, I think is very fair for what this Linlin's kind of showing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am looking at this list though. This list is pretty unique in a couple ways. I'm not gonna go over that. I don't want people to snipe it or not. But the fact that we're in the position here is pretty strong. So we put another Rayquaza help there. So looking for cards that we can play off of the life here, or out of our trash here. And it looks like we're gonna actually use the Raging Tiger. And now the big think of what cards do we actually want to get rid of. So it looks like it's gonna be the Atlas and the Linlin that we just played.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, we still have our blocker 3 life, which is building up. Our board doesn't look too bad for Dofi.
Yeah, and a lot of these Vegapunk games kind of end in this spot where like you don't want to attack, I don't want to attack. You know, I can keep adding cards to my life. A lot of my Vegapunk cards only work when I'm at, you know, X life or less, which generally is not 3. My opponent knows that, I know that when I start attacking, they're going to be able to play out a body every time, which is pretty scary.
Yeah.
But the big thing is that we have this egghead stage, so we can attack with our Shaka blocker, not be very afraid of it, and then we get it active. So if they want to attack at anything at all, they have to attack into our life, which means we get another body out of the trash.
Mm-hmm.
And going down to 1 life, and then just actively playing the Shaka out from our hand. So 2 blockers up, and 3 life with 2 copies of the Quasar helps. All right, 10 Dawn for Doflamingo. Now, they could play 10 drop Kaido if they want. I don't know if that's what they want, but they can.
That's an option. It's interesting. It's going to be live like 90% of the time. So
Yeah. Another Raging Tiger would be very nice here, especially to get those Shakas into the bottom of the deck and out of rotation for the Rayquazars as well. All right, looks like we're
Okay.
for 6 playing out Jozu, which is going to let us put one of the Shakas back into our Vegapunk player's hand and establish a 7K, which is quite nice. And again, this could be the spot where we start attacking, but again, the fact that there's a Rocket Luffy in the trash is pretty intimidating. We can play it out for free, and then we can use the effect to get rid of any of the 4 cost. We have Nami as well. Not that it can... Rocket Luffy's generally, I think, better in this spot, but... Yeah, definitely. If I was Black Wolf, I would almost always just take the hit here. Be able to play the body out, because we just know we're not losing this turn currently.
No, it's very likely not. Okay, so Law returns back past the turn, and Vegapunk got a little work to do, but being at 1 makes this a little easier. I don't think they're taking game anytime soon, but
No, but I'm a little bit intimidated, right? Like, again, this
Yeah.
Shaka can attack for free due to having the stage out, which is quite nice.
Yeah.
Looks like we're going to be playing out the Bonnie here. So this is a new card from OP08. When there's a down attached to it, once per turn, if you deal damage from anything, you get to draw 2 and trash 1 as a likely Vegapunk player. So yeah, here's the big number. It says you probably should block with with your Boa here.
Mm-hmm.
Because I believe this is a 11K, 10 or 11K.
Yeah, that's out of here. And another one. It's pretty good. Okay, well, Dovi's turn. Got the Law, got the Jimbei down. Still at 1 life. That Boa was protecting just a little bit here.
Mm-hmm.
And our 6K blocker restood. So, a little annoying.
Yeah, currently at 3 life, and again though, but like Doflamingo's at 1 life, which is quite scary, especially since again these Shakas have been very strong on attacking, mostly due to the fact that the stage has been there, and then just attacking with the Law 5K. We're gonna play the Rayquazar. We're gonna use the effect to play out the Luffy from our trash.
Okay. So this is the Rocket Luffy you've been mentioning quite a bit.
Yeah.
Jinbei, I believe, is being played.
Yeah, we're going to use its effect to put that back into hand. And then for 4, we can play the Law again and get rid of either a Shaka or a Bonnie. But again, we can, for 1 Dawn, play out that Luffy to get the removal of a blocker.
Mm-hmm.
These attacks aren't going to be doing much when there's 2 6K blockers still active. Yeah, this is a tough spot for Doflamingo here.
Yeah, just in general. I mean, honestly, this is kind of where Vegapunk wants to kind of live at anyway, right? Like 2 blockers. We got a couple triggers that we really wanted. We're gonna put some more triggers in there as we go. It's like that sliding scale of advantage, and it's definitely on Vegapunk's side right now.
Yeah. And we're going... Yeah, it looks like a big 8, likely at the Shaka, using the effect. Gonna play out a... Oh, it was a blind one, is another Jozu, so... I guess we're gonna block with the other one. Not that it truly matters. Unless we're going into life, which I don't think we were.
No.
Alright, we were at 10. We could just strictly go for game right now. Between the 2 bodies. You know, we could put 5 and 4, and then we could play Luffy, use the effect. Like, we're not afraid of losing next turn, especially since our Rayquaza is going to be able to play a Shaka off of our trash. I think we can just press advantage and see what happens.
Yeah, why not? Just deciding. Yep, here it comes.
Yeah.
So we're doing a pretty hefty swing, I'm guessing, to life.
Yeah. I'm surprised we didn't just put a Dawn underneath the Bonnie. Because I think we could afford, like, the double attack.
Yeah. Well, we still have a Dawn open. Right? Never mind.
And we're just going to keep the Luffy active, which I think is fine. So I think there are like some weird numbers here where Doflamingo could win the game here. But it's a little bit scary.
I would say with the blocker, it's gonna be pretty hard. 1, it's gonna block an attack, obviously, but 2, if they commit anything to remove it, I feel like that's not gonna be enough for the remaining Dawn.
All right. Well, we've got 10 Dawn, 0 cards in life. A pretty fat hand, all things considered. But
Yeah.
I would have been super tempted to just put a Dawn underneath Bonnie, but just to get the extra draw. But I'm a greedy guy and asking for targets from there. So we have an Nami, Pythagoras, as well as a Shaka in life for the Rayquaza. Yeah, and I'm looking into it. We had 29 players undefeated into this round, so.
So that is...
Yeah, it means that we have guaranteed 8 rounds, likely 9 rounds for today.
Yeah. Just trying to do the math there. It seems like 9.
Okay. Really just trying to make a decision. You can go for this technically
Yeah.
if you have removal.
So we know that Jozu is the top card of the deck, right? So we could attack with Jinbei, play Jozu, bounce one card back to hand. And then maybe like Jinbei Law, but then we're just a big 15k from one of these cards is, I guess it's a little bit less with Bonnie. It's like a 14k. We lose the game.
Sure.
Oh, we do have the Red Rock. Okay, we're going to be using it. Likely
Huh.
get rid of... I think we have to get rid of the Luffy. No, okay, the Shaka.
So I mean, we're trying to go for it.
I think we do. Yeah, I think we are going to try to go for it, which...
This is kind of
Rayquaza, we're
big.
going to play at another blocker.
All right. Well, that's that, right?
I suppose, yeah, because we're going to go 7 here. Last card in life. No Dawn active. It's a Frankie, which is pretty solid. We get another body and a draw. 7k there. Likely block 2k or just get out of it.
Or just have it.
Or just have it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that will be it. We've got a bunch of attacks, and Black Wolf is calling it. We get Vegapunk 5-0 in this tournament so far.
Wow. It's the renaissance of no attacking leaders.
I suppose that is today.
Yeah. And we have Yamato coming in, so that way we can have some double attack to balance it out, I'm sure, right? Any undefeated Yamatos anywhere? Or
yeah, either no attacks or just incredibly
Or
strong
double
attacks, right?
yeah.
For sure.
Single attack is out of style now.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, we have a couple more rounds left. I think we had 29 players undefeated going into this, so I think that's guaranteed 5 more rounds. After this round, we'll have, let's say, 15. So 4 more after this, likely. So guaranteed 14 players undefeated, maybe 15, and we'll look into that. So we're gonna get set up for our next round. We're gonna see what other leaders are undefeated. We'll get the full cast of 15 or 16, and we'll let you know what that looks like. So we'll do that, and we'll be back with round 6. Be right back. All right, we are back. We've got round number 6 for y'all. It's going to be Smoker versus Black Yellow Luffy. Two leaders we haven't seen today.
Yes, and it's pretty cool because the option that we're going to take a look at, or we're going to take a look at, was an Allen Smoker. So it's not only cool that we get to see 2 new decks, at least for the stream, but that there's 2 smokers, right? And there's
actually a third one also playing against Black Yellow Luffy. So
I see.
I was crunching the numbers. We have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Luccis. We have 6 Doflamingos. We have 1 purple Luffy. Yep, 1 purple Luffy. 3 of the black yellow Luffy, and then we have the 1 Vegapunk that we saw last round. Both the Rebecca players and Uta players got their first loss this past round. And then we also have, again, 3 smokers. A good amount of Enel, maybe 4 or 5. Looks like we have, 4 Enels right now. And then Bonnie, which we have 3 Bonnies.
Okay,
so,
relatively diverse for what it is.
Yeah, so we've got 29 players undefeated. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different decks. And Lucci, Doflamingo, about half of them comparatively. So that's what we're looking at right now. So we've got for you guys, though, round 6, as mentioned. It's going to be, again, Smoker versus the Black Yellow Luffy. I would say traditionally this is a good matchup for Luffy. It's better for Smoker than it is for Rob Lucci into it because we have a little bit more interaction with it, especially since they played this 1-cost card. It means our leader effect is going to be able to get there. And we have a new card from the Star decks. We've got Sengoku, which is letting us get a draw 2 and trash 2 Navy cards, draw 3.
That's pretty good. It's quite a lot. Helps Smoker with otherwise, if you compare it to Rob Lucci or any other black deck, you need those cards into the trash. So pretty cool. Going back over to Black Yellow Luffy, might play our own 5-cost that. Oh, okay, yeah, that works too. Being able to use the Luffy effect, draw a card, and pass the turn. I think I was going to open up with the Sabo. This is perfectly fine too. Looks like we're going to go ahead and Ice Age though.
Yeah, and then just attack with the Brook, which will get the removal of the Luffy without also, giving them any extra cards in life. And then we've got the Sabo, a good card that I think both players are playing, and getting the draw 2, trash 2, and the prevention of deletion of or KO effect. So looks like we're getting a Rebecca and a Suru. I don't know what it is. There's a lot of shiny cardboard today on a lot of players we've been seeing. It's crazy.
Seems that way. I thought this was going to be the Sabo on Black Yellow Luffy's field, but well, there it is. I thought this was going to open last turn, but it looks like this is what is going to happen here. Maybe that Monkey D. Luffy was a little bit of bait, but yeah, I mean, all these the Altar cards, I've said it before in a lot of other streams or previous commentary, but it tends to be the black decks, man. The black decks always have a lot of Altar cards. It's actually kind of crazy.
Yeah, I agree.
And to be fair, ever since Sakazuki, even a little bit before then, black decks have been pretty popular. So I think like when you buy alt-art cards, it's either two reasons. One, you really like the deck, or two, you think it's going to be a long-lasting card pool.
Mhm.
So I think black is one of those things.
All right. Well, we've got for us just some more card draw, some blocking out there. And that's one big thing I like about Smokers, that you do get a little bit more consistency in the fact that your hard draw is based off of the the Sengoku. We put less cards into our trash in comparison, but that also means we put less copies of Gecko Moria. And talking about him, here he is, first time, I think today, that we've seen a Moria hit the field.
Yeah, we've been dodging it. It's actually pretty interesting, but hey, it was gonna come.
Yeah.
It was gonna come sometime or another. And here it is.
So we used it to play the Rebecca and the Suru. We used the Rebecca to add a 2k to Shigi to hand, and we're going to pass it back to the Luffy player.
Yeah, it seems like a Rob Lucci versus Black Yellow Luffy type of match.
Yeah, it
as
does.
As soon as Big Boy comes down. But hey, we got a little smoker action. Haven't used the leader effect just yet, right?
For Smoker or for
yeah, smoker.
Yeah, we haven't really needed to, though, because again, Sabo's came down last turn for to prevent any KO. Now there is a new card that Smoker gets called Chishigi, which is a 5-drop 6k body that lets you put a card into your opponent's trash. So it does bypass on KO effects, which is really nice. And looks like we're just going to be playing our Sabo here. We're going to take one card out of our life, which is a Kuzan, and we're going to use it to get rid of the Moria in conjunction with an Ice Age. So pretty good removal there. We're going to get the block with Rebecca, and we're going to pass it right back to our Smoker player.
Don't hate it.
All right, so we've got still a pretty wide board. I think like the name of the game though is like you want to try to get as many bodies on board that can pressure a 9k leader. What that means, like obviously Moria is a card to do that. We see Isho, Jack is usually played, and I think Smoker right now compared to some lists I've seen. Smoker did get a bunch of support in their new starter deck, which additionally means just more people are on it. It did get a top 32 finish in San Diego this past weekend, and I think it's looking pretty good to get another top 32 this weekend in this event. So we're going to use our own Ice Age, so that gives the -5. We're going to just attack with Brook, and we're not going to put any Dawn on it, it looks like, which just means we want to keep them at as high life totals as we can. Make it just really difficult for them to, yeah. Oh, we did put it on. My apologies. So we are going 5 into their leader.
Okay.
And then minusing the Sabo, yeah. So because Brooke says you give something -1 cost, and then you get rid of a 0 cost, so you can. It doesn't have to be the same thing.
Okay. Yeah, that's the interesting part about a lot of these cards, like the on play and attacking. You know, sometimes like one of the on play or the on play is the thing that's being focused, or on attacking. You know, but sometimes those hidden texts, or at least the forgotten text, is nice to know. This Brook is pretty versatile, especially with obviously Smoker's effect and some of the other stuff that we've been talking about in Ice Age. Bringing down at 1, pretty decent place to be if you have an option to bring down yourself as Luffy. I think one of the things that I have been watching, like in other matches and just like playing against Black Yellow Luffy, sometimes people just lead them at 1 or 2. And then start playing like the bigger, the bigger options you have, whether that may be Lucci or whatever, like Jack. Just flood the board and then just go from there. But just trying to make these decisions. It's a little hard for this specific turn, I guess.
and still thinking about what we want to do with the rest of our Dawn. We are at 4 life, which is pretty healthy, especially when you want to be able to have a high life total, because late game Luffy has a lot of 8, 9, 10k attacks, which are really hard to get out of.
This is true. This is true.
Oh, and this is the reason why we did the order we did. So we're going to use our leader effect to make the Sabo now cost 3, and then we're able to use the Jack effect to get the removal on it and establish another, again, large body to pressure the leader in the next couple turns. All right, we're looking at 10 Dawn right now. If we have our own Moria, we could do kind of like a value version of it, but it looks like we're just going to use Hiyori, put a card from our life to our hand, then put one back. So very good for setting up our 5 costs. We're going to spend another 2, likely for a Sabo or Luffy 2-drop.
Yep. Looks like Sabo.
Yep.
Card already knew what that was. That's good. So we're going to get the option to play him out for 2 and still have the 2 life from the leader effect. What are we doing for the rest of the Dawn, do you think?
I mean, we could play out, again, another 2 cost, right? I don't think we have enough Dawn to play out like a... I guess we could pressure this Brook, which is really nice. So 2 there. Making it 4-4. Not that I think this like super matters. I mean, this could pressure out them blocking with Sabo and then either pressure the Sabo or the Brook. I don't think it really matters because I don't think we're going to get KO effects for the rest of the game now.
Sure. So an ace and Sabo.
Oh, so we're going to play out the ace.
Mm-hmm. So we're going to be boosted up pretty well till the next turn. So that's good. Exactly where we want to be. And get a little aggression in here through the ace as well.
Yeah, and unsure if we're attacking into the Jack or into our leader, but we blocked with Sabo either way. Ace isn't protected too, so we could use a removal card for that if we want to. And if we have Tashigi, which we haven't seen one from our Smoker player all game, that can also remove the Sabo, which is pretty strong. Yeah, looking through their plays, they've got 10 Dawn right now, so you do have the potential for some good value. And also that Garp being out just means like that extra 1k you get from your leader off using it can be very strong. Yeah, so right now we're a 7k. So we're going to be attacking into the ace now. And then looks like we're going to go 9k into leader. Get the block, and then another Moria hidden down.
Likely. Yeah, like for the rest. Okay. Whittling down what they have on board and, kind of pushing Luffy to be in a place where they have to be like kind of a boosted leader to, get around some of these swings. But, it looks worse than it actually is, I think. We're probably going to be playing this Sabo out of life, do the leader effect again. We'll have enough for our own Gecko as well if we just do those 2 things. So that's good.
Yeah, and we just added, I believe it was a 5 cost Tashigi back to our hand. And then we're going to play another Sengoku. This is again going to let us just discard 2 cards and then draw 3. So looking like Tashigi and a 2k Tashigi to draw 3. And it looks like we have like 7 or 8 cards in hand. Rebecca is out on the board, and we're pretty set up for Smoker. I think this is in a moderately good position for the deck now. All right. We Oh, no Moria. Oh, this is looking pretty bad for Ryan now.
Yeah, that's a bit of a turning point because you need something like that to even the playing field and also have some decent continuality, right? Like you need something to lean on a little bit. And I don't know if this Sabo really does anything. It's like more of a band-aid than anything, right? So yeah, that's a bit of a letdown, but you can't really control what you draw sometimes. So
Yeah, it looks like we're going Luffy and Sabo. We can Luffy effect here. Use the effect to get rid of the Rebecca, and we can pressure this Jack pretty heavily now too, since we're going to be just a very large number. Currently we're at 11k, and we've got 4 additional Dawn. Oh, but looks like we're going to just go starting 7 at life, 2k, and then 11 into either life or into Jack.
Okay.
And only 3 cards in hand for Black Yellow Luffy. This is looking pretty tough. And it looks like it was into Jack, and we did 2k, 1k, 1k, and we're passing it back. So 10 Dawn. We do have protection. We can make a pretty, again, easy 9k swing with Leader thanks to its effect and that Garp persisting on that board.
Doing some work as a little guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, not looking too hot for a Luffy player, but anything can happen here.
Yeah, but like we could do, I think, what, 11? We can do 3 11k attacks right now, which is pretty brutal. It'd be 2 on Moria, 3 on Jack, and then 5 on Leader with effect. Yeah, that would be 3 11s. That'd be very strong.
Yeah, I don't know if you can get around that with 1 life.
Yeah.
Even being, is he 9k here? Is that right?
He's currently 9k, yeah.
Okay,
like
that's still a lot.
Dawn for something else, though.
Yeah.
All right, down to 2. Use the Machino. Yeah, I think they want to play like a third one. No, okay, we're going to use our Smoker effect. Likely on Sabo. And then we have Tashigi here. So, we're attaching the Dom, but they're sequencing for it. I'm going to assume they're doing the right sequencing of using Tashigi's effect to give -4 cost to the Sabo. Then use our Leader's effect to give it the -1 to make it 5. Our Smoker's now a 7k, and then we Tashigi get rid of it. So we have another 9k coming in. Leader is currently a 7k with that 1 Dawn and can become a 10k with the additional 3 Dawn here. And there's a 2k. So 1 card in hand for Black Yellow Luffy, but this is looking like Smoker's game.
Yeah, more and more sequencing and turns going. It's more and more clear for sure.
Yeah, and still no Morias. Looking through the deck to make sure that they're there, but real unfortunate for Ryan. I think not.
He's like, did I
that.
put those in there?
Yeah.
It's
My
like,
opponent found 2. Where are mine?
I could have sworn to put 4 in here.
Yeah,
doesn't seem that way. Well,
I think it was still a good match. Obviously, it hurt not seeing the Morias to extend it and apply your pressure, but
sure.
I think a really good foundation for Ryan too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's one of those things of like, again, you didn't really draw what you needed to draw, and sometimes that just happens, and other times it's in this particular matchup, when one deck has the momentum and you don't, just kind of ended up being the end result here. But
for sure.
Yeah, cool. I mean, that was round 6. Still got a lot of time in the round, unfortunately, but
we can.
It's cool to see.
Here, we'll go back to us real quick. Let me see if there's a match that we want to jump into real quick. We'll go BRB. No guarantees that we'll be back until round 7, but if there's a match that we like, we'll jump into it. So give us some time. Either we'll see you guys in round 7, or we'll find a match we want to end this with. So give us just a moment. All right. We found another Smoker versus Luffy player. I'll get the names real quick, but we'll follow this one to its conclusion. But we're at table 14.
Yep, and this is the one of 3 smokers that was undefeated the start of the round, right?
Correct. So we have 1 guaranteed undefeated, and then 2 still playing for it.
Mm-hmm.
And we have on the left, it's going to be Luke Z, and then on the right, it's going to be Hungry Procrastinator.
Okay. Yeah. So, with this game, probably more than halfway through at this point, looks like this Luffy switch in particular had a better start with the Kuzan on board, 2 Sabos, and of course our famed 8-drop Gecko. And I think, to be honest, our Smoker player is on the back burner.
It's a little bit. We are okay. I was going to ask if we were a 7K leader, it could have easily been game over on this next one, but with that not being the case, this is going to be a little bit trickier. Now, again, it kind of lives and dies on how good your Tashigis are.
Sure.
You can honestly, like, the better card to hit is probably the Moria of the 2, because that kind of is more damage, but we have that. All right. Starting with a 9K. Is it into Smoker or into? Oh, it's actually 9K into Kuzan. Interesting.
Okay.
Which is interesting because we definitely could have just used that into leader instead, and maybe use Smoker to attack into it.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess they're just prioritizing board. Maybe that's hard to say actually on this one. But we do have another Gecko.
Yep. I still would have attacked leader first, and then Moria into Kuzan. Curious on the reasoning on that then. Because you could have even done like 6 with Smoker and then 2 9s with your Moria and your Jack.
Yeah.
But Savage Ship Rebecca, brand new, is able to get a 2K Suru in hand. And I don't know, it's again kind of the back and forth. It's the game of chicken of who's able to still play their Morias, right?
Yeah. That's what I was saying before. I was like, it's very reminiscent of like Rob Lucci. It's just that, how often are you going to use Smoker's ability? And I guess that gets answered depending on like what they have on their board. Because as soon as Sabo starts being played on Black Luffy's, I mean, like, what do you do anyway? Mm-hmm. So you just kind of go back to the black flowchart.
All right. Well, we are going to our next 10 Dawn turn. We're already setting 8 aside. We know what's going on. I will say, in comparison, in the previous Smoker game that we saw, it looks like our Smoker player has like a better board, but Luffy has exponentially more cards in hand in this late game, and saw their Morias, which again makes a big difference. All right, so we used the True Drop effect to bring out Rocket Luffy to play it to get rid of the Rebecca. We're going to be able to play another Sabo here, and looks like put Rocket Luffy right back into our life, become a 9k leader, and draw 2, trash 2, and then we've got a 9k from Moria and an 11k from the leader.
What are we swinging at then with our 11k?
11k I'd be a little bit, if they counter out of this, I'd be tempted to attack into their Jack.
Yeah.
With our 11k, because this is gonna oh man, sorry, our Smoker player has also like 10 cards in hand. I did not realize that until now.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, it looks like about 10 cards in hand and then 2 cards left in life. The life is a little bit cut off on the stream, so my apologies. We'll keep you updated, but currently Smoker's at 2 life.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, 10 cards in hand.
2k, 1k.
How did we get here? Well, I mean, this is a good way to start, whittling down. Because it's just going to be a pretty important thing to do. And I think honestly, 11k swing. Well, I guess it doesn't matter anymore. On I was like, oh, okay, well, never mind.
If they had maybe half the amount of cards in hand, I would be tempted to attack into the Jack. But
sure,
another 2k doesn't seem like a big ask when they added publicly another Suru to hand at the end of last turn.
Yeah, I'm sure that's not the only ones he has for sure.
Yeah. So likely best play is just 3 9k attacks and then Rebecca, Sabo, and pass.
Casually.
That's almost always the best play, so I just say it every time and see what happens.
Oh, okay, okay.
Sometimes I'm right.
Okay. I have to, like I said, make that flow chart.
I mean, also a third Moria hitting the board is not. It's outrageous, but not.
Right.
Not the worst play either.
Yeah. It's funny that they both have shirts that have people walking.
that
Just
is
wanted to point that out.
Catch. Now
Mm-hmm.
I can't look away, and they're like converging in like the middle too, which is funny.
Yes. So random.
All right. Well, we've got. Yeah, looks like Rebecca, and what could we get? Could be anything.
Like
something
2K?
that's additionally interesting. Oh, we're getting a 2K, which means we have Sabo in hand, surely. Is that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 cards left in our deck as Smoker. So like we're like a little bit afraid of decking out. I don't think it's gonna show up, but it's something we have to be aware of. Because we, unlike Rob Lucci, we don't have as many effects that actually put cards back into our deck.
Right.
Yeah, man, he's got just so many cards in that hand.
Yeah, didn't we have 11 and then like drop 3?
Yeah.
And still have a lot.
We technically have like 13 in hand right now. We're gonna, discard 2, but we have that. And then especially compared to Black Yellow Luffy, which I think they have about 4 left in hand right now. No, they've got quite a bit more. They've got like 7. So definitely gonna kind of come down to who can out-resource here. When Black Yellow Luffy has about 3 attacks this turn and you get out of 2 of them for free, That's very strong for you. Right now, again, Smoker is at 1 life. I know it gets cut off a little bit, but you'll have to trust me on that one.
Tough. I think I don't know. I think you just go back to the basics here. Although we're waiting on this counter, even though he has so many in hand.
Yeah, and I think we attacked with Sabo, right?
Yeah, we talked to Sabo. We're talking with Gecko now, one of them.
Yeah.
And we're probably gonna do another 9K again.
Yeah.
So what we're doing with the rest here.
The rest just means another Gecko is going to hit the board.
We run
out of spaces on our board, so we want to keep the Sabo around, and we're going down to 1 or 0 life now for Smoker. Yep, there's the 8. A little unfortunate that we do have Rocket Luffy, because I think in most situations we'd rather have the other Luffy in there. Kind of the only issue about having to put the Luffy down early. But there's that. We're going to put 2 Dawn underneath our leader, use the effect, discard a card, which is the Sabo. And then it's going to be Luffy and Sabo in life. Using Sabo's effect, playing out another blocker, becoming a 9K leader.
Okay.
Do we also have like very few cards in deck? Are we also worried about decking out in some regard?
They probably, like, between both of them have less than 30 for sure.
Yeah, I think it's like almost like 12 cards left in each player's deck.
I mean, alternative win con, baby.
I think we're deciding if we just want the card draw, if that's more valuable. Yeah, which it looks like we do value that. And then we're going to use the Sabo to play a blocker and do that. So draw 2, trash 2. I mean, if you feel the need to find your 4th Moria, that could get you 1 card deeper, which is nice. We're going 11 into somewhere. And either Jacks are the Sabo. Obviously, we might want to keep the Sabo around for just another guaranteed blocker next turn. Blocker and let's see, 2K, 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 1K. Or sorry, 1K, 1K. So we got up to 12 to their 11 using 4 cards. And kind of just saying that we are out of 2Ks in hand too. All right, we are at 10 Dawn once again. Pretty large board. Luffy on the other side is a 9K leader. 1 life for Smoker right now. 1 life for Black Yellow Luffy. Sorry, none life for Smoker. 1 life for the Black Yellow Luffy.
Gotcha.
And we have what looks like, I think, 4 cards in hand-ish for Luffy, maybe 5.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. That's being an 9K leader, even though you have pretty like decent things on board, isn't everything.
Yeah. I mean, we have 4 9K bodies on our board, but what?
Yeah.
What?
I mean,
we could still be scared.
Yeah. Like the goal here is to take the game as Smoker, right? This turn.
Yeah.
Not really much else you can do.
All right, and we don't really have a lot of time left in round. We got 2 minutes left in proper round, and then 5 minutes overtime. So we got to start doing some plays. Looks like we're just going to start with the Moria 9K, which makes sense. All right. We've got a attack with Jack. Big 10k and a 2k out. It looks like we're trying to attack maybe into the Mori itself, but we're going to be playing Rebecca for 4.
There's a few less cards in hand at least. That's kind of a bright side.
Yeah, we're going to have the Borsellino, and we might have to play it over our Jack, yeah.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, this is looking pretty rough, though, for Smoker. Oh, we're going to play the brand new from our hand first. We're going to, like, 0 cards in deck. Adding a 2k.
Yeah.
Getting rid of a Kuzan and a brand new.
I don't think we're losing next turn. That's a bright side, right?
Yeah. Maybe.
Hmm.
And then add that to hand, and then we're going to play the Borsellino over the brand new. With the remaining 4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. For Rebecca, the card you play does not need to be the card you added to hand. So Rebecca can be KO'd, though, which is important. Borsellino can't be. Sabo can be KO'd because it was played last turn. So if you got a 2-drop Luffy, you play it, you pop the Rebecca, and you probably just win the game.
I'm thinking so. Well, they still have like 4 or 5 cards in hand. They may be able to get out of one 9k swing. So if you just pop one of them, maybe. But I don't know. All depends on what both of these guys have in their hand.
If you just have Luffy in hand too, you playing it for 5 to get rid of the Rebecca is fine. But I think the big issue is that we could have had Rocket Luffy on board from last turn, and it's pretty upsetting that we don't now. And we are in time, so this is turn 0. We're going to go 9k into leader. Just immediately block with that Rebecca, I think. You just kind of have to. Yeah, agrees. Two blockers remaining, and 2 large and 2 medium attacks left for our Black Yellow Luffy player.
Yep.
And I'm looking through our undefeated. So table 15, our down pair lost. So we have, I believe, 14 undefeateds going into this next round. So there's still like a chance of us to go into 9 rounds.
Yeah, it just depends on these losses and pair downs.
Yeah,
but hey, we did take it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did take it as a Black Yellow Luffy, putting all the Dawn underneath. Just not enough blockers, not enough resources, even though we went through literally our entire deck. If you look at that bottom the bottom corner there, it is our entire deck as Smoker. So
which is really impressive. For Rob Lucci, it's like less impressive. For Smoker, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Must have just used a lot of like Sengoku's effects to get that side.
Yeah.
But close game.
Sabo, all them.
I think if Black Yellow Luffy only found 2 Morias, I think Smoker probably won that game.
I can see that. I think it was either game for either person.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Yeah, it was just one of those things, but pretty good overall game. Kind of indicative of like what the format is right now, like outside of Green Bonnie and a couple other decks, but like that is it. Like Black versus Black Yellow Luffy, and just like overcoming both strengths of the decks. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, at the beginning of this round, we approximately had 8 Luccis, 6 Dofis, 4 Nels, 3 Bonnies, 3 Black Yellow Luffys, 3 Smokers, 1 Purple Luffy, and 1 Vegapunk undefeated. We'll see what our 14 undefeated are at the end of this too, so spend that time in between. We do know that 1 Smoker won and 1 Black Yellow Luffy won, so at least one of these leaders each, and we'll look at the rest of the field. So give us a couple minutes. It's going to be probably a short one, and then we'll be back with round number 7. I'll see you guys then. All right, we are back. We've got round number 7. We've got 14 players left undefeated, and 2 of them are our Purple Luffy and Rob Lucci player that we see right now.
Yes, and one deck that we haven't seen, I don't know, one deck we haven't seen just yet is going to be this Purple Luffy player, or Purple Luffy deck, I should say.
Yeah.
And kind of a fan favorite for a lot of people, a lot of love for Purple Luffy.
Yeah.
A lot of people didn't give up on it when it first came out and kept playing it.
And got the benefits from it as well. And it's also a deck that did get its new star deck, right? So a good amount of support in that case. It got an actual engine of cards to use, which I think on release it didn't really have that. So definitely has helped the deck and have a bit more of an identity too.
Yeah, that is fair to say. In this matchup here, I've seen it before. I still don't know like who has the major advantage. I think like when you think about curve, I think as it goes, I think Lucci has like a better like 2 to 5 turn, like turn 2 to 5 than Purple Luffy. What do you feel about that?
I think that Purple Luffy has the edge. I think part of the edge though is when it would run Magellan, so I hope our Purple Luffy in this batch is running it. And then additionally, we do have a way to play a 7-drop that plays a 4 or 5-drop, which is a little bit tricky for even Lucci to interact with. Sometimes it needs some like really specific cards, and so if you don't have those, Luffy can have like a wider board that just goes a little bit more aggressive. So that's like the biggest thing about them. We also have Uso Hachi, a new card that lets us interact with Sabo, which Rebecca and Sabo are 2 cards that I think Lucci tries to lean on to defend and let the game go a little bit longer, and you just don't get access to those as much.
Sure. I think there's a few cards that were purple event cards, right? They kind of went around those things.
Yeah, but they were kind of stuck in hand. They weren't like Usu Hachi being a searchable 2K that also has that effect is just very strong. Even if it does cost like 1 Dawn more than Sheep's Horn.
Sure.
So
I think that's a big factor.
Yeah, and then we're starting off, and so we have 14 undefeated players in this round, so likely the full 10 today. And then we do have 3 Luccis, 3 Enels, 2 Black Yellow Luffys, 2 Bonnies, 1 Purple Luffy that we see here, 1 Doflamingo, 1 Smoker, and 1 Vegapunk left undefeated.
Again, still relatively diverse, but some of these decks are really just dying off, just the Dofi deck being very popular is just not getting there as far as the end game.
Yeah, having only 1 undefeated in here, a lot of the matches we watched in like the middle of this tournament were that deck, and I think in decks that were just honestly strictly made to counter it, which in a format like this, I think you can afford to. I think that Dofi is approximately 25% of the room. So being able to, say 20%, 25% of your games you're likely going to win on its face is already pretty good.
Yeah, that is true. Maybe that was the thought between Rebecca, because we saw the Rebecca players like consistently remove everything, but you can do that in black deck too, like Rob Lucci. So I don't know. Very interesting.
Yeah. Going down to 4, and then for 5, we're going to play the Magellan. We're playing the Queen. This is a little bit rough then. It just means that our Purple Luffy player is likely not necessarily seeing the cards that they want. And having to go like Dawn minus here is kind of punishing too.
I mean, you drew 3 with leader effect, right?
Yeah.
You drew 3, and you didn't really lose any Dawn. But you didn't gain any Dawn, which is kind of the more important part. So
yeah, I mean, like you essentially like drew 3, discard 1. You had to take a life for it too, and we had to counter out of that 5k attack previously, so it's fine.
Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Well, I think not the best start, but I guess we'll see if our Rob Lucci player has a best start too. I think maybe like a Kuzan or Yeah, something similar that gives you a little bit of early value would be good.
I think
Or at least this,
what they're honestly thinking is like, is Ice Age worth getting rid of this queen at this point, right? Because you can use Ice Age attack with Brook and then get the 5K.
yeah.
But looks like we're just going to start off with a 6K from our Rob Lucci leader.
I guess that's something.
Additionally, a card that I see a lot of people playing in Smoker, but could be playing in this is 3-drop Hina. That could be get like a cost reduction. Normally not in Lucci, but could be a good card here. But
So it's a cool card. You know, the only difference, or not only difference, but a big downside of it is not having counter, and it's kind of just dead in your hand sometimes. But that is good, like trash fodder. You know, just go ahead and pitch it for whatever option that you need. But hey, Rebecca, and you know that cost reduction that you may not have already, just like you're saying, is it's pretty awesome.
yeah, so it looks like we 2K'd out of that one. We've got 4 Dawn left to work with. If we can get like a reduction of 3 on this queen, we're able to like attack with that. But it looks like we're going to be playing the Rebecca, using the effect to likely just get a 2K back to hand, since there's Sabo, Kaku, as well as the Who's Who in the trash. So thinking about what we're getting back.
Right, exactly. Just thinking.
So we got the Helmeppo off of our
yeah.
Rebecca. That's a really good play. That's a really heads up play. So we played it for free,
Yeah.
and then we can use the Helmeppo. So very strong there. I was at that point I thought Queen was gonna get off the board.
You mean
or stay on the board. Yeah.
You mean the Brook? Well, I guess Helmeppo and then into the Brook.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
okay, got you. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I mean, cool. Took away the already kind of weird measured value that we had as far as taking a life and not getting the ramp up, or keeping the ramp, I guess.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, this Brook's most likely not going to stay.
Yeah, well, Rebecca was able to block that one, and then we're playing Magellan. So even though Brook's still on the board, the fact that we do not want to KO this Magellan makes quite the difference. All right, well, we've got 6 Dawn here. Could have been 7, so it would have been like a pretty good turn for Jack. But without that, we kind of have to just step back and think what our next play is. So Sabo could be pretty good here. And maybe like another Rebecca play, but Lucci, whenever they don't have anything to remove, they always feel weird. They always feel like their turns are a little bit underwhelming.
Yeah.
All right, starting with the 5K at leader, giving the reduction of 1 to the Magellan. Now, a card that would be really good right here is the 6-cost Brook, which Rob Lucci sometimes plays it. They've been moving around and away from it, but it looks like we're just going to try to do as many 5K attacks as we can this turn. All right, 5 with the Helmeppo. We're going to use a Bond Clay to get out of it. Down to 4 cards in our purple Luffy player's hand. And
Rob Lucci, that doesn't really do too much.
Yeah, but I like attacking with the Helmeppo instead. It just means our Brook's a little bit healthier. It's harder to remove. And it looks like we're going to, I think, 8 Dawn, maybe 7 Dawn for Magellan, or for Luffy, since we used the Magellan last turn.
Yeah. Could use it and then go into a 9-drop something, but I think I don't know, it's got some choices here.
Yeah. The other thing is that we have like 7-cost Luffy potentially, if we've been able to find it so far. This would be an okay turn for it. Bigger issue would be the fact that we don't have a great way to get rid of this Brook right now. And again, that's just generally like Luffy, unless you're at like 9 or 10 Dawn, your removal is pretty abysmal.
Yeah, that's a bit of a downside for sure.
Yeah, but it looks like we're going to use Luffy's effect. We're going to draw a card from life, go up to 8 Dawn. and see what we have from there. We could play Uso Hachi right now to try to pressure the Brook and get that off the board.
Okay, 2K out of hand for the 6K swing. It'll be another 6K, looks like.
Looks like it's going to be another 6K at leader. Yeah, and we could have also done like 5 and 7 if we really want to do the damage.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't do that. All right, well, one of them went through, so it doesn't matter. Hmm.
All right, so we did play the Luffy Taro. We were able to play off the Songoro from hand, which is pretty good. That card lets us draw a card every time we attack, as long as we're at 8 or more Dawn, which is pretty easy to do. And we also just have like a bunch of like weirdly middle cost cards that are not impossible for Lucci to remove, but kind of cost ineffective for them to do so.
Well, it's cool that we have another edition. You know, Dofi got all of the spotlight for all the support, but hey, we got some purple decks like Purple Luffy getting this this little boost too, so that's cool to see.
Yeah, I really like the idea of the card, and there's no restriction for it to be like a Straw Hat leader or anything like that. So it's pretty open ended. I've tried it in a lot of other decks too. It can be a big force.
What other decks have you tried it in, by the way? As we reduce.
Yeah, so Songoro is currently a 4 cost. We're going to use the Uso Hachi to get out of this 5k attack. All right, we've got 8 Dawn left, which we know what that usually means. I think the issue is that Helmeppo's on board. I think we'd rather have it be in trash right now.
Yeah, Rebecca, and a number of other things might interact in that way. I don't think that you can really do too much to get another one in there unless you have a way to pitch a card that I'm not seeing. I mean, I don't have to play another Helmeppo, but it will help to remove something like that Luffy or something else. I guess what is this it's a 4 cost. Okay, I thought it was reducing by 4, not a 4 cost, but that makes more sense.
Just the -1 from the Rob Lucci leader. Yeah And there's
All right,
the
we're gonna play it again.
Yep. We're gonna be playing out some cards there.
Okay, so playing out the Rebecca replaced it
and then we've got the double Brook.
Helmeppo.
Yeah, so we eventually got there. This Brook's not doing a lot, but we prevented them from getting another draw next turn, another 6k attack, which is pretty nice. And we got a pretty obnoxious board of 2 copies of Brook and Rob Lucci, as well as the Rebecca. All right, and we're going to see what this looks like. If we have something like 9 cost Kaido, I think 9 cost Kaido could be pretty strong right here.
Yeah, because we can pop the Rebecca swing into Rob Lucci, maybe.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. Probably is what he is thinking right now. Our Purple Luffy player.
Yeah, and they've got you maybe
5 cards
attack 5 into the Brook. We can also play something like like Linlin, which would be able to put probably the Lucci back into their life, keep it out of rotation, pressure the Brook, and then a big attack
Be
from
at 3.
the Luffy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think Winland probably is the better option. Just gives you more for your value, but I mean, I don't know, bit hard. But I think we're doing 5 to our Brook. Looks like. There you go.
Also, I did look into it. Our red purple Luffy player is currently X1, and our Rebecca player is currently X1. So
Gotcha.
they're in a pretty good spot still already. We've got round 7 now in a tournament where we're likely going to see 10 rounds.
Gotcha. That's good to know.
All right, and it is the Linlin here, so we are going to use that to get the removal of, I'm going to say, Rob Lucci, likely. Yeah, put it at the bottom of their life. We're going to go down to 3 cards in hand, 3 cards in life, and pass it back to Rob Lucci.
I think I do prefer this play than anything else, like the kite. Just because it just gives you a little more breathing room. We did remove 1 attack, so technically we're protecting 2 life. So yeah, I think I am more comfortable with this. It's just the fact that you're staring down a Gecko. You only have a few cards in hand. Doesn't really mean much either when some of them are kind of breaky.
Yeah,
You could have 2 Magellans and whatever else in there.
Yeah, that's generally the issue too. Is that like you can go kind of like card for card for them, but an 8-drop 9K, it's a tax. It's gonna keep knocking on your door, and it's gonna be really tough for you to really answer it while still applying your own pressure.
Mm-hmm. Plus, it's gonna be relatively easy for this Brook to remove something, but
yeah, and we are at 10 Dawn now, which means that we can remove the Magellan if we want to. We lose 2 Dawn, but we're going back up to 10 next turn. So it's quote unquote protection is gone, which is pretty big. And
I do agree with that.
We're thinking about 5 Dawn for something.
Table math.
Yeah, Ice Age plus Leader Fact plus Brook would be able to get rid of the 7-cost Luffy. So that's pretty strong, while also being able to pressure the Magellan. Linlin might survive the turn, but if you remove the other 2 bodies, I think you're okay with that.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
Yeah, I think we're going to start with probably a 5 at their leader, it seems.
Okay. Not committing to anything just yet, though. All right. 5K. Nope. I take it back, and so does he.
He's taking it back too. Yeah, it's a pivotal turn, and we've been playing for over 5 hours at this point. This is where math gets a little blurry, right? Especially like in a matchup like this, where like the numbers aren't as solidified or the numbers you're used to. But it looks like we're attempting to remove the Linlin here. It's currently an 8 cost.
Kind of tells you what the direction he wants to take the turn now, at least.
Yeah.
Gonna remove that. Ping whatever down. He might be trying to play another Gecko. If I to be real.
I mean, we're on the second half of this tournament. That's a very safe sentence for the majority of the rest of the day. But
Hayden, I think he's trying to play Gecko.
Stop the presses. He figured it out.
Oh no.
But I don't know. Like the other thing is that Ice Age Tempest Kick could do a lot of work here too with Brook.
That'd be cool.
Get some removal potential. We're not like afraid of losing because we're at 4 life and we're likely going to be able to remove 1 or 2 bodies from their board. We have this weird thing where if we need to get rid of Magellan, we have to invest Dawn first because we just lose it. But yeah, it looks like we've got the Ice Age here. Linlin currently costs 3. So we could use Jack to remove it now too.
Could play Jack. Yeah. Rest it down, pop it. You could play Gecko until a Mepo, swing with Brook kind of thing.
Yeah, there's some cute numbers.
Does he have a Mepo in trash? Yeah, he does. He does.
Yeah, because there was one
Yeah, he
in there
does.
earlier.
Yeah, he replaced something. So, yeah, I mean, I'd love to know what his hand is because he only has like 4 or 5 cards in hand. So it's probably in between 2 different decisions.
Yeah, and it's Moria is the
Cool.
the prize.
Yeah.
So we
there
got
you
the
go.
Helmepo. We're going to use the -3 on the Linlin, so currently costs 0. We can get whatever we want back into our hand because our Brook can just attack for now 5 with that extra Dawn we have back. And looks like we're just considering what card we add back to our hand. All right, looks like we're just going to get a safe 2K with that Who's Who. Oh, okay. And so we got something to do with that Dawn. 10K into probably Magellan.
Yeah.
They lose the 2 Dawn, but they get it back at the next turn. This is looking pretty good for Lucci all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna play Gecko, kind of no surprise what direction you're taking. And the math when it came down to it for the Linlin, you kind of took away their biggest threat. You're still at 4 life. You have 2 Geckos on board and a blocker, and an option for removal. So like just purely based on this, and now if I was a betting man, it would be for Rob Lucci for sure.
Yeah. All right. We're still at 2 life. The only other issue too is like with Linlin, it's nice that the fact that we do get to heal 1, but the issue is that we don't have to give our opponent back a card into their life, but by putting it there instead of like in the trash, back in their hand, into their deck or something like that, it makes us like live 1 turn more, but it makes it 1 turn harder for us to win sometimes. So it's really just kind of, sometimes it just kind of stalls for time instead of like actually buying you time.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so we ended up playing out the 9-drop Kaido. This is a favorite card for purple players since the release of this game. It is a 10K with Rush. It was able to get the KO on the Rebecca. It looks like we're attacking 5 into the Brook, which we got the removal for. And now we just got to decide if we want to go like 9K, 10K in the life, putting them down to 2. And it looks like that tends to be the case. We're going 9 into Rob Lucci leader.
Okay. Most likely taking this one.
Oh no, we attacked into the Moria. Okay. Just got a Helmepo out of hand. Another 10. Yeah, not so great. We knew there was a 2K from the Rebecca, so I don't know. I would have known that Moria probably wasn't going down.
Yeah. It's like a to what end kind of thing. Like if we're swinging there, like is the best and most efficient thing just getting 1 card out of hand? Or is it trying to take one of their lives, which is probably a lot more likely.
Yeah.
So that way we have a chance later on.
Yeah, I agree. I think that would have been likely a little bit better, but I understand like the want to. I think if we did like the 1 attack with Luffy, and knowing that they had a 2K in hand, then the Kaido would probably go into life.
For sure.
Let's see. Also, another update. Our Vegapunk player is currently 7-0, so maybe we might try to go back into them into round 8. We'll see what their matchup looks like. With only 1 Dofi at the beginning of this round 2, very unlikely it's going to be the same matchup we've seen already.
Yeah. Let's hope.
All right. Just large number.
A lot.
So 5 Dawn here. This is going to be 14K into Likely Kaido, yeah, all right. And then that means an additional 5 Dawn and Moria is going to get rid of the Luffy if we so desire. But it looks like we're just going to go, 12 here.
12 is probably fine.
Yeah.
And then you go 7 to lead, bring him down to 1, and then you're in a really good place to take game. Oh, okay. We're doing 2 thighs.
We're pressing the advantage here. 5K and then 5K.
He might scoop.
Yeah, I'd be a bit discouraged at this point.
Yeah.
All right, we're not even at 10 Dawn. We're at 7 due to Kaido's effect. Boy, oh boy. Yeah, and that is going to be the scoop there. And I totally get it. I understand that it's super tough at this position. Very, very tough. So
Yeah.
looks like they didn't have a lot of counter left in hand and stuff. So if we did go for board, right, like we'd make them afraid, but we wouldn't have been able to have 2 attacks for the next one.
Mm-hmm.
So Purple Luffy's out of the undefeated first place, but definitely can still top 32. And we've got Sui with the Rob Lucci continuing into round 8 undefeated.
Mm-hmm. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. That's undefeated. We did say that the Vegapunk was undefeated as well. And I think you said the Dofi was undefeated as well?
There was one left at the beginning of the round. We're gonna go do some
Double check.
crunching as well. But we had 14 players undefeated, which was 3 Luccis, 3 Enels, 2 Black Yellow Luffys, 2 Bonnies, a Purple Luffy, a Doflamingo, a Smoker, and a Vegapunk. I know the Vegapunk player has won. Purple Luffy has lost. We also know that one of the Lucci players have won as well. So, and then we'll have, I think, 5 other undefeateds into this next one. So, we're going to spend some time looking into that. We'll likely get the Vegapunk unless for some reason they got into the Dofi, which I would expect them to win that match, and we can see them in the match afterwards. So, we're going to check that out, and we'll see you guys in round number 8. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. We've got for you guys round number 8. I'm getting the names for y'all real quick. I was wanting to get table 1, which is going to be Jackson versus Vegapunk. However, Jackson had to step away for this round, so he conceded. So Vegapunk is undefeated going into round number 9. And I had to hastily find our next match. So we are on the pair down table. We've got our Doflamingo player, our last one undefeated, currently 7-0, and we're being paired down into Katakuri on the left here.
Yep. Haven't seen this one either. Did see the Vegapunk. Saw it now. Pretty much only 2 yellow decks that we've seen. Katakuri, super popular in like early formats, and yet it's just kind of here and there, like living in the shadows. But it is still pretty strong. Obviously, its leader effect has a lot of cool things, being able to move around both players' life. A little different on here since you have to reveal the life for your opponent. But with us starting out with our little 3 costs that will give us the top 3 in search. It looks like our Dofi player is playing Jinbei into Law into Paraspero.
Yeah, and sorry for being a bit behind on this. We were all set up for table 1, and then we had to do a hard turn. But we've got it. We've got Seth here on the right. Again, our last undefeated Doflamingo player against our X1 Aldi, which means that if he wins, then we might have 9 rounds today, and if Dofi wins, we do have the guaranteed 10 rounds.
Oh, I thought it was the other way around.
No. Yeah. If Dofi wins, this is our last undefeated Dofi.
Oh, okay.
We'll have
so if Dofi wins, 10 rounds.
Yeah.
If they lose, okay, I got you.
Because we'll have 4 undefeated after this round. Yeah.
I see where I got confused. Okay, you're good. But I think overall this matchup leans a little bit more to Dofi. I could be wrong. I would love to hear chat and hear you guys' thoughts as far as this matchup goes. But hey, I mean, heart of the cards. The fact that we're swinging 7K a little easier on Katakuri's side every turn. But the amount of swings that Dofi has, although this Gadatsu takes one away from that, might be the deterrent for Katakuri.
Yeah, and we're in a bit of a slow start for our Doflamingo player. We did use Trafalgar Law to play out, and but the Gadatsu already out there is pretty rough. We don't have a great way to remove that card. We have Jinbei, which we're playing for 4 to be able to play the boa. That's actually okay. This fixes a lot. This means that we're going to be able to use our leader effect and know which card off the top 3 we're going to play out.
Always nice. It's definitely a staple now in Dofi. It just helps a lot. It's a 6K blocker for 4. Like, it's just kind of crazy value.
All right. Well, extra Dawn there. Then we can do a 7K attack and then play 1 off the top of our deck. Now, something else for Katakuri right now, too. It has a lot of good triggers in life, which lets you play some cards off of, get some removal. We've got the new Crocodile from the Star deck, too. We have to look at the top card of our deck. And if we do, we get to draw 2 and put 1 back. But it looks like we're just playing out the body.
Sorry, you kind of jumped between those two thoughts. I was like, "There's a yellow crocodile."
Yeah, sorry. The blue crocodile. You are right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Another good addition. Lots of good additions from the starter deck. We're gonna go ahead and opt in to use our trigger effect and get this Satori out.
Yeah. So another 5K. We had to discard the Paraspero, which I think at this point Paraspero is not doing much anyway, so we're okay with doing that trade.
Yeah, my man's gonna get bounced again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just a little bit of think in the tank. Look at the things.
Yeah, it looks like we're just going to start off with a 5, which is kind of like bait because we have this 6k boa that gets the free block, but then they could be pressuring that down. We're still at 4 life as well, which means if we have another Gadatsu in hand, we can get rid of one of these 4 costs. But if we did, we would have, I think, almost always snapped taken that boa.
Yeah, that's true.
And we're able to get out of all of these attacks, keep our board pretty healthy. And then we got 7-drop
Oh.
Linlin, a classic.
Oh.
Get a Jinbei off of our life going down to 3, and then 4 life left for Katakuri as well.
Was 4 in hand, looks like.
Yeah. All right, using a Dawn, we're going to play the Sengoku, look top 5 for a 7 Warlords card. And we end up finding a Weevil, pretty solid. And we're going to be using that. Let's see, how much Dawn we got left? I believe we have 7 Dawn.
Trying to maximize this thing again.
Yeah, and with all the attackers we have on board, we should be able to apply enough pressure, and we just have to decide how much do we want to go into board, how much do we want to go into life. Do we want to split it up? Do you want to just go all life? But it looks like we're gonna use the effect. We're currently 7k. We have a law, which we're gonna use to, I guess, bounce back the Sengoku, because all these cards are 5k or 5 costs outside the pudding on the other side.
Yeah. I would probably focus just on their board, just because as soon as you swing, you risk the fact of triggers, and he already has a relatively low hand size. So, but guess we'll see.
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
Yeah, so we played the
Are we
law
swinging?
off. We just decided to... so law says you can choose up to one of your cards to put back into your hand. If you do, choose up to one of your opponent's cards with cost 4 or less back. So you just added the
Right.
Sengoku back to your hand for free. Which
Oh,
is really
okay.
nice.
Yeah. It's up to 1 for them, right?
Yeah. And then the card you put back in hand could be any cost. So there have been weird plays where I use it, bounce a pudding back in my hand, and then just play pudding again. It can be pretty brutal.
For them.
Yeah, for them. Oh yeah, for me, I'm swimming. All right, we were able to get rid of the Satori with the 5k attack. We're gonna go 8k with the Boa to now probably swing into the Gadatsu. And we'll have 2 additional Dawn left, so likely a 5k and 7k, maybe even like a 6k. If we want to pressure it that way. Looks like we're going to start with a 5. There goes a Brûlée, and then it looks like we're going to put only 6 on Jinbei. Yep, that is enough. They do take it. Thinking about the trigger from life. It is a Kikunojo, which is pretty strong. Definitely wish that was out when we did our Trafalgar Law effect, because we would have been able to put that back in the hand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely. Just a choice to like maybe go into life first, and then, or like attack with our leader last, so we don't. We play the law last in case they do play anything off there.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things about, like, again, going back to the fundamentals of just playing against yellow, right? Focusing, just being aware. But got a lot of bodies on Dofi's board, and a couple of threats on Katakuri's board here.
Yeah.
I guess we're just thinking about like what we're going to be playing
like it was worth playing all over Dawn, but looks like we have it separated for a number of things, probably attacks.
Yeah, and I mean that Kiko Nojo is such a good hit. It does help a lot. Also for people who've just jumped in too, you're able to use the effects. Okay, look at the top card of the deck saying no, but yeah, the Kiko Nojo is just fantastic because we just hit them down to 3, and then yeah, I don't know. This looks like a little bit scary because we've been able to get some good triggers off of life for Katakuri, as well as kind of control their board with cards like Kadatsu.
Yeah, it's gonna lose its value just a little bit over time as he takes more damage, but looks like we're doing another pudding.
Yeah.
Grabbing,
getting the new 2K. So it's just a 2K. It has an effect in life to kind of like rearrange life and then add it to your hand, which is nice, but nothing too outrageous. But a second Lin here, that's starting to get a little bit pressure heavy. Especially when they just removed your entire board. And you gave them another life. This is looking kind of rough for Dofi.
Yeah, it's getting rough because of like, again, it's that seesaw of advantage, right? Like now we have 2 Lins. Now we've provided an additional life after taking one of ourselves. Yeah, it's just not like the best situation.
Yeah,
I don't know. Plus, he doesn't really have removal, right? Like,
yeah, for sure. And sorry about the lights. I'm not sure if it's just auto adjusting for their hands being close to their cards, but that's definitely on their side. So sorry about the flashing on that. And then also, if you're just joining this, so this is round number 8. We have our Dofi player who's currently 8-0, or sorry, 7-0, and our Katakuri player is 6-1. This is our pair down. So if Doflamingo loses this, we'll have 6 undefeated going into the next round. Or sorry, 3 undefeated going into the next round. And which means that round number 9 might be our last one. It'll be another 50-50. All right, so looking like we're setting up our board a little bit once again. We played another Boa. Let us put another Dawn underneath our leader and look at the top 3. If we had another Boa, I probably would have gone down to 2 life. And I'd rather them be at 3 life in this situation, so it'd be a little bit tougher. Because right now it feels like super difficult for us to actually win the game anymore.
it's definitely an uphill battle. Being a 4, well, never mind. Yeah, I mean, being a 4, it's Katakuri is going to be harder for them, if anything. But at least we have 2 Boas. That kind of counts for something as far as the lower rated attacks.
Yeah.
But 2 Lins, like I said, I don't know what you're supposed to do about them. But are we swinging with one of them?
Yeah. So we're attacking with one of the Boas, and we're going just a straight 6K into likely leader.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't look too happy about it. Which I'm curious to know why, actually.
Yeah, we don't know the top card of our life. We do know the second to top one since we used our leader effect. But that was just freshly healed off the Lin. All right, going down, thinking about it. And it is a beige, so our leader will not be able to attack, which is pretty rough. Because we definitely want to be able to get that card off the top of our life, too. Or top of our deck, rather, not top of our life. We'd rather play the card and get the attack in.
That's okay. We know what you meant. Comes down to another law, bouncing
the Kiko Nojo back to hand, so that's solid. And
Oops.
then Sengoku
Fine.
again.
Yeah.
Luckily, the law was in our hand. If we set it at the top of our deck to play off our leader effect, that could have been way worse.
Why do you say that?
Then we wouldn't be able to bounce the Kiko Nojo off because it'd be stuck at the top of our deck.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Yeah. All right, pass him back. And again, Doflamingo did not attack because it did get hit by the beige trigger. And
Everyone's favorite card. Which is interesting. Well, never mind. It's not interesting. Like we were talking about before, we didn't know what the top card is, but we know what the second one is. So that was a good one. And, look at the draw. This next one must be a good one as well. I doubt it's a beige, but, it's whatever he wanted there. Now, with 2 Linlands, 10 Dawn, and a Dream. 10 drop Linland isn't the worst.
it is likely the opposite. It is likely the best, right?
Yeah.
4 life, we already have a board set up. And Doflamingo doesn't have really a way to get rid of 10 cost Linland.
Yeah. I think also just like being AK, we can just swing into this boa, but we're just going for face. Well, okay. Doesn't seem like that's what we're gonna be doing. This is a vent card. I can't tell what it is by him.
Yeah, it's
putting there.
Slice. So it's kind of like
right.
Mamoru, which is pretty nice.
Yeah.
We've played 2 puddings. I don't think I could be wrong. I don't know if we've seen a 10 cost Big Mom enter hand. So there's a good chance that it doesn't.
I mean, hey, sometimes it's not the way, or deck doesn't want you to have it. But both boas ending up surviving here, it looks like. But with this flame slice, let me see what they do first.
Yeah, I think there is an issue with potentially
what, timing or
no, there with the Sengoku. I don't think we bottom decked after using it. I think we rearranged on top, which which Judge is letting them know about.
Gotcha. Okay,
I believe so.
And that was the last move of Dofi's turn, right?
Yeah. So Judge is there. I think they're deciding on it, but yeah, because Judge is in table and talking to them about it. But it's I understand like why you like every other card in your deck rearranges, right? Like Sengoku is like the only one that doesn't. So I think they're checking the VOD right now just to make sure what happened there and going from there. But I would, we've been playing for over 6 hours now. Not to say that you don't know what your deck is, but like when again, every other card, like you're so used to rearranging. So yeah, it looks like we are deciding on that. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I think we're just gonna put it to the bottom.
Yeah.
It should have. You could decide the order, but also since Sengoku is choose up to 1, you chose 0, and so you don't get the additional draw either. Yeah, and likely there's a chance that there's just a Perona in hand that they meant to play, but they did play the Sengoku.
Okay. So finally get rid of one of these boas. Still have our leader swing. I guess these puddings, but I doubt they're doing anything.
Yeah,
was
they're just sitting pretty.
Yeah. Literally. So we're gonna go ahead and take a peek at our card. This is a 9 key swing. That's our boa immediately eradicated. Got 4 left. What is this 4 for? Let's what is that? Can't see it. It's a little greeny for me.
It's the Kikunojo that we bounced back to hand earlier.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's a newer alt art too. So I know with the camera setup's a little bit trickier to tell, but it is definitely Kikunojo.
Okay. Yeah, it's like I don't know. Maybe I should check this side. Makes sense. It's a pretty annoying card. Thankfully, we're playing blue, so kind of gets around some of that annoyance.
Mm-hmm.
Ball swinging in, and pretty easy 1K after that. It's just a 5K swing, right?
Yeah.
So we're deciding if we want to get rid of one of the 2 cards that we have. It'll probably be telling if we got rid of one of them, but maybe we want one of them for next turn. And this next card in our life, we know for sure what it is. So that's probably what the decision is here. Like, I really want to protect myself so that way I can use that trigger appropriately.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it is likely just knowing like it's a beige or something. Or
yeah,
I don't know what the card in life would potentially be, since we have kept it there. But yeah, it looks like we're gonna spend all 10 for the Kaido there, and use that effect to draw 4, which is strong in a lot of positions. But with the board set up like this, I'm unsure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was gonna say that's like it's cool, but like if you drop a lane, I think that might be a big concern, because like we didn't do any damage this turn, and if we're being taken down to 1 or 0, which is most likely going to happen if we play the Lin, I don't think those 4 cards are going to help you too much. But we're separating cards again, so that means we probably didn't draw it. I mean, we can do some damage. Definitely do some damage with these 8K swings. Kikunojo can easily be a 7. And same thing for a leader. So,
but it looks like we're going to actually start with the pudding here. So this is going to be just 5K?
It is. I feel like we should have started with the Kikunojo, though.
Yeah, I don't really. Yeah, that's
okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. No, you got it. You're almost there.
Maybe before the Kaido, but when they drop 4, there's likely a 1K in there, right?
Right.
Oh, we're
sure.
not even using the Kikunojo, which again, if there's like a gravity blade in there, that can be pretty terrifying. Oh, we're gonna look at the top card. I guess that can help us know it's a Jinbei, so we can leave it there.
Okay. Well, good to know.
Yeah, Jinbei. Oh, we're moving to the bottom. All right. If that's gravity,
Jinbei. I know, right?
There.
Does Jinbei have a counter power?
It does have a 1K, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Getting out of it. 2K, 1K. Looks like. Got plenty of Dawn to use left. One of them's going to go on the Kikunojo for a 7K swing. A couple more 2K, 1Ks. Now, I think you're fine to swing one of the Lin lands into the law. Because, I mean, you can take him down at 1. But I think it's probably important to get rid of one of these attackers here.
Yeah.
That's just me. Because you know you're not looting this round.
Yeah, you're not.
Or this turn.
Yeah, I think you just attack into the law, right? Make sure we get rid of it.
Mm-hmm.
We got 5 Dawn left. What do we got? Like Rush Ace, maybe?
I mean, I guess.
We're at 3 life though, so we wouldn't be able to attack with it.
Oh, you can still play it, I guess, but
You could.
you
stop
just
you.
don't get the rush. Yeah.
I mean, we could still like put 5 on pudding and go for game, as well.
I mean, yeah. Oh, there it is. Wait. Yep.
You should have started with the 7, but
Yeah. It's like this half commitment thing, or maybe it's just like a sequence thing that we could have done a little different there.
yeah, and just big 7.
Yeah, but this also kind of tells of like what that top card is, and I guess it might be a beige for his life because like this is like confidence that I'm not losing next turn.
Yeah, 2 in hand.
Mm-hmm.
These are really interesting numbers, though. I think we almost had guaranteed win on a different other numbers that existed.
Or at the very least, like getting down to 0 a lot quicker, like 9-9 kind of thing. You could have went through that hand pretty easily. He had the 2Ks though, so I will give him that. But like 2 9K swing starting out, that leaves you with 8.
I think like 7, 7, 9, 9 just to see what happens.
Yeah,
like those are better than like immediately attaching 3 Dawn for pudding, right? Like that felt like a waste.
Yeah, just efficiency. That's all it was, for sure. That's okay. We still have plenty of cards in hand, unless all of them are dead. You know, you only have 1 2K kind of thing, but that'd be hard to believe. We drew 4. We really had a pretty decent amount. Oh, yeah, I love that he whipped that card out. We had a pretty decent amount of cards in hand, like 4 or 5 beforehand, so got through a lot of it as Katakuri.
Yeah, and this is still 7, and we're just deciding. I guess
Why
what
are we
cards
calling
we're keeping to play for next turn.
Yeah, I guess we're counting Dawn to know what we're playing next turn.
I just feel like it's not to be defeatist. I feel like Dofi, lost a couple turns ago, and we're just kind of going through the motions. It's
Sure.
a 7K, yeah.
It's a 7K.
Oh, if we didn't have the numbers for that,
It's a 7K.
yeah, 5. All right. Yeah, we won. Cool. All right.
Okay.
It's tough. It's a tough one. All right.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. Okay. So Katakuri takes that one. Cool.
Yeah.
That was an interesting end to the game, I will say.
It happens. It happens. But we've got,
it does.
Katakuri, currently both players are now 7-1, so we have 3 undefeated going to that last round, and we might be done in 9.
Yeah. Looks like we might have 9 rounds.
Yeah. So, but we're gonna go back to us. We're gonna go away from the flashy cam. We're gonna let them know that hey, intentional or not, like you need to get that fixed. And then, like it looks like beige was a top part of our life too. So we had 3 2Ks in life, including that beige. So
Yeah.
yeah,
it was a lot. It was a lot. I mean, it was just funny. But even if it was a 5K, I mean, 1K, come on. Like,
I
was like, come on, man, come on. Yeah. But yeah, that was fine. We got there. That's what matters. Katakuri is undefeated. We have 3 undefeated in total going into this next round. Don't know which ones just yet, but we'll find out pretty soon.
Yeah, we know it's one Doflamingo. Yeah. Or sorry, one. Doflamingo's out, right? So we know one is Vegapunk, and I should be able to know the other 2. But at the beginning of this round, we did have 3 Luchis, 1 NL, 1 Bonnie, 1 Doflamingo, 1 Vegapunk. One of the Luchis I know lost, and the Doflamingo lost too. So it's any combination of Lucci, Nell, and Bonnie for our other 2 spots. So we're going to see what that's like. We're going to get that set up, and we'll see you guys in round 9. We'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we are back. We do have our maybe final round. We've got 3 undefeateds left. We've got our Vegapunk player, our Rob Lucci player, and then we've got Bonnie sitting at table 2 playing against a Rob Lucci. So if Bonnie loses at table 2, this is our finals, which generally thinking, I think Bonnie has a bit of a hard matchup in the Rob Lucci. So this is likely our finals, and we'll have to see as we get there.
Yep. That is the thing of, did you have this on your bingo card kind of thing? Did you have Vegapunk in the almost finals of a Treasure Cup, right? So hey, if Bonnie does lose and Vegapunk wins here, it's going to be a nice 9-0 sweep for him.
Yeah,
and that is something to say.
Yeah, I agree on that. And additionally, too. Something that I've noticed after doing a lot of card games is that last weekend we had 3 large events in North America. We had 1 event in San Diego, 1 in Wisconsin, and then 1 online. And something that I've seen from these is that when you go do these online events, people usually play a more conservative deck, in the sense like a deck that they know, that they've tried out before, just because for most people traveling to another state and everything else is such a big investment. They don't really want to throw it away, right? On the other side, though, for an online event like this, where you're allowed to be, you're at the comfort of your own home or someone's home, and then you're able to, the overhead is way less. You are able to, you don't mind if you just go, 0-3 drop, and then you just get to go back home, right? So I think that's something that, what to say is that people play a little bit more adventurously on these online events due to the ease of access to them, I find.
Oh, definitely. I'm kind of the opposite, man. I'm gonna play whatever I want because I am so
For
have
sure.
that easy access, right? Like if I'm traveling, spending all the money and just a lot of my time, definitely gonna play whatever I think is like very, very good and optimized. Vegapunk, I have no idea. This mount now may be the conservative pick.
Yeah, it could be a definitely more conservative pick if it just casually goes 9-0 in an event.
Yeah.
All right. So it looks like we're going to be passing it back, and we're going to have thinking about okay, yep, 3 Dawn available.
Yeah, they're not available. Already got the good old 6K blocker out of this this life here. Good old Beauty Swing. I'm guessing they went down to 4. No, it's kind of hard to say. Their life is a little slightly off the camera now.
I'll let the judge know.
Yeah. Do you have the stage card so that way we can go ahead and re-stand our Daft Punk boy? Get it? Because it's Vegapunk.
I get it. No, I'm just making sure that I'm working on production stuff. I'm making sure that the
I'm just making sure. I think the other part of this is we're gonna go ahead and get another trigger. I think this is the one that's just a 5K body, so pretty easy to get that one down.
Yeah, but it definitely needs to both setups are a little suboptimal, right? The shadow from this is a little bit rough, and I'm asking the judges for that because again that needs to be adjusted there.
Sure. Yeah.
And we do get the stage out, which is pretty impactful. This did carry the matchup we saw earlier. And that does help quite a lot because it does restand our attacker afterwards.
Yeah, that was what we used earlier on the first turn after they take their life. It looks like, yeah, there you go.
There's the life, and then we'll see if we can get the Vegapunk set up a little bit better because it's, again, like they keep putting their hand in the shadow, and that makes it a little bit tougher.
Yeah,
and they are going to be doing that, so we do get to get that.
Just the lighting, maybe.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, the biggest thing too is that we've been streaming for 6 hours. We're in the winter, daylight savings. And what I'm saying is that like the sun moves so quickly and so much that it changes. Yeah, this is way better. All right, appreciate both players adjusting their setup.
Yeah, especially in the potentially last round. Don't want any
nerves
mishaps.
are already there, right? Making it, if having to adjust your setup can make a big difference. But I do appreciate that. This looks way better.
I agree. Well, shout out to them. We have the Borsellino on board. I think this was a pass turn to Vega. Swinging 5K, I believe, right? This is just a 5K.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably going to swing a 6K twice here. Not taking the free block. I guess it's either or. Like if they swung at it, he can use the 1K anyway, so no biggie. And we have our variety of dawn. I didn't notice that last time that we were watching Vega, but
yeah, we've been seeing it pretty much all day. So in case you guys don't know, a new set came out this week. It's the best set. It's a reprint set, but notably, I think it has 30 plus dawn, 30 new designs based on all the leaders that are in this game and different character leaders. So they're very fancy, and you'll definitely see like a huge variety of. I think a lot of people's dawn game are going to be stepped up in the next couple weeks.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, people really like those Gear 10 dawn. The jumping over the moon kind of thing. Is it a moon? Man, that's a Mandela effect, actually.
Yeah, it's I think the moon's in the background. I think it's like an ET kind of situation.
Right.
All right.
Sorry, not Gear 10, Gear 5. But yeah, it's interesting. Very, very interesting. Now we're just trying to fiddle with our dawn ourselves. Trying to maybe plan our next turn as our Vegapunk plays a couple more cards and swing 7. Interesting, I'm going 7. Maybe we have a searcher or something like that. I was thinking of them going to 8, so that way this block is not going to be as effective. But
yeah, but we still have Vegapunk's effect we haven't used yet, so we're going to use that, and we get to either put the card in our life or on the board. We're going to have an active blocker with the Shaka due to the stage, but it might be a little bit tough to do that. I mean, right now, I think we have the Nami in our hand. We would love to be able to get the removal on that Borsellino with it, but we just don't right now. And it looks like we're going to put in the new Bonnie into our life. It has the effect to draw 2 and trash 1. So pretty solid inclusion there. And we're going to get the Shaka back active.
Right. Which is nice. That stage is doing so much work. As soon as you play it down, you're able to just use it every single turn.
Yeah. I think it did more work in the Doflamingo because we still have a lot of removal potential from the Rob Lucci. But in the case of the Doflamingo, they have they have a really hard time getting rid of these 5-cost cards.
Yeah, true.
But one thing I'll also say is that Borsellino is not a standard tech in Rob Lucci right now. It's kind of just a decision point. And because of that, though, it's something that I think Vegapunk's going to have a bit of an issue just removing in the first place. Most of our effects are just popping it. We might have some ways to put it into our life, but we generally want that for better cards. So it's just going to be, I think, around for most of this game.
I can probably agree with that.
All right, and we do get the Frankie. I think there's only 4 cards in hand for Vegapunk right now. But I think the biggest thing, too, is that regardless on how good Vegapunk necessarily is into this format, it is definitely one that is a knowledge check. It gets played every once in a while, but it's not, I think, the forefront of the meta. And if you are seeing this the first time ever, and it's potentially finals in a big tournament like that, that's pretty intimidating.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. Looks like we are going to, I believe, 7 or 8 Dawn for our Vegapunk. And we're going to see what we want to do with it. We do have 2 cards in life, including the Bonnie, which is quite nice. Yeah, I think we're at 7 Dawn, so we could use leader effect and play a 6k or 6 cost. I know that we saw Charlotte Linlin 6 cost from the new Star deck in this build recently, which is an interesting add too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, as we see here with Vega, I mean, we're going to see more and more different ads and things like that. But we're also going to see the very standardized decks like Rob Lucci trying to navigate through those things. So, pretty interesting to see the dynamic.
Yeah.
Here, go ahead and
play the
use one of
Nami.
these Dons. Yep. Pitch the other one.
Yeah, and then we will have 3 or less cards in hand, so we will be able to get to essentially cycle. This Nami's been such a huge ad for this deck, and essentially many others. Oh, and we now get a 7k rush from this ace, and we're going down to 1 card in life. Wow, that's a statement.
I wonder what the goal is for that one.
Yeah, 'cause we could have blocked in 2k, but if we didn't have it, that is we have a pretty poor hand.
Right.
All right, looking like deciding on what to do. We've got 8 Dawn right now, so we could play Moria. Probably deciding what our best card to play from that. If we knew we were playing Moria, I would have likely blocked with Borsalino just to be able to bring it back.
Yeah, that's a good point. At least have that as an option, because right now we have like Rob Lucci. I didn't see Rebecca, but I could be wrong.
All right, attacking into our leader, we do get the draw 2 and trash 1 from the Bonnie. Getting rid of a Pythagoras in our hand. Okay, so spending a Dawn for the Tempest Kick, which means we are not playing a Rob Lucci or a Moria this turn, though we could be playing a Jack to get some removal. But at the same time, we've got some pretty big attackers. Yeah, it looks like it will be the Jack there.
Okay. I had to step away for 2 seconds. What did I miss?
We were able to play out the Jack with the Tempest Kick. Get the removal on the Shaka. Vegapunk's down to 1 life, but it's a little bit scary. Not a lot of cards in Lucci's hand. We got 1 life, 1 blocker, and we've got 3 moderately large swings that can happen from Vegapunk.
Yeah, being at 1, yeah, that it's definitely something. But the Jack does provide a couple of different hurdles if they're not successful with that.
Mm-hmm.
But we're gonna go ahead and try it out. Ace is coming down.
Yeah, we're gonna start with the 7. And we do get out of it with 3 1Ks, so no 2Ks currently in hand is what we're saying. And you know what? Let's just try another 7. Oh, now we're worried. Now we're worried.
Oh,
Is there a card that can exist that can interact with us? We are at 1 life, so Amaru, Flame Slice, any of these cards can really just interact with the blocker. We could just do some. I don't know. It's just a scary spot.
Guess yeah. I was like the biggest decision is like when you want to use the block for Barcelona.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of just answer that one.
All right.
And it comes another 7K, right?
Yeah, we know this one's going to be taken. Going down to 4 cards in hand, and we could play 2 moderately large sized bodies now. Looks like we're going to start with 6. If this is the oh no, this is 5. This is 5 for the Shaka, and then we could for 1, just depending on what we're afraid of, right? If we're afraid of losing, we put another card into our life. If we're not, maybe put another card active and on board. Oh, and we are. So this is a bit of a call out saying I don't think you can remove my blocker and give me 2 damage. And we'll kind of see what happens. So we're gonna pass the turn. We could use our stage to restand one of our bodies, but it looks like we've forgotten to use that effect because we can get
no
either
big deal.
the Nami or the I believe we can get the Nami or the S snake, right?
Yeah, it's 5 or less.
Yeah, let me double check.
Am I right on that? Let me look. I was looking at it right now. Yeah, if you have 3 or less life cards, 1 egg typed character, 5 or less to active.
Yeah, which I think are everything but the ace that's currently rested, but
Okay, I don't think it's that big of a deal.
no, I think likely going for board or not. So for 1, I'd say the only thing that you have to be Ice Age the Shaka, use the Jack effect to remove it, and then with the Dawn that we have, I think we can do 2 8s. Oh, but we're playing the Rebecca. Gonna play the Brook, which is gonna get rid of the thing there. Okay. Yeah, now we're in danger. Now we can just lose. We might have needed to put that
that life.
Yeah, that into life.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think just having that was a little bit better because it's gonna get played anyway, right?
Yeah, and so we have a 9K attack going in, and then we have a 10K. And what is our last life?
Is it a blocker?
It is. Oh, it is the Rayquaza.
Wow, it's
that
a blocker.
is huge.
It's pretty much a blocker.
Yeah, you just got rewarded anyways.
Dang. Wow. That's yellow for you, baby.
Yeah, and unfortunately, like maybe if we attacked with leader first, we can use that, but yeah, I think that's just gonna end the game here.
I think so too.
All right, just deciding on what they can do with it, but definitely a scary spot. Yeah, just gonna block. Oh, are we? No, don't. Big 6K? Do we have a 2? Okay, we have a 2. All right, he needs to calm down. He needs to. He's scaring me over there.
Hey man, but the win with Vegapunk? Come on now.
Yeah, you're right.
On the main stage? Come on. A little nerves. It's okay.
All right. Well, yeah, we just got 9K and then a bunch of other attacks.
Mm-hmm.
This should be game on the Shaka.
On the Shaka.
The savior from the trash, and that is it.
There you go. GG's.
So
okay.
Yeah, Vegapunk currently 9-0. In this might be our final round, so this might be our winner for the weekend. Give me we'll go back to us for a second and see at table 2.
I took a peek at table 2. I don't think it's looking all that great for Pawnee, so
I'm unafraid. Like I believe that.
Unsurprised.
Yeah, unsurprised. That is the word I'm looking for.
Gotcha.
But let me just get that set up real quick.
Very good. Everyone's going pretty nuts in the chat. I see you guys. It's pretty funny. It was a bit of a roller coaster. I think that entire last 2 minutes of the match.
yeah. I was like, oh, and then
That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know if a body match would be any better, especially with that stage card. That stage card will help quite a lot.
I think Bonnie might be one of your worst matchups, if I'm being honest, based on the build
Really?
that I've seen so far.
Oh well, yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
I actually, yeah, after looking at the build, yeah, you're right.
yeah,
Because it literally has something for every color in that deck. That's funny.
And is Rob Lucci versus Bonnie. My apologies.
Yeah.
I'm just getting the next scene set up.
You're good.
First.
To kind of paint the picture for you guys, Bonnie has 1 card on board with 2 life, about 5 cards in hand. The 1 card on board is the 10-drop Dofi, which I'm guessing rested down. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, we got the painting. The painting has been pictured. No, wait, the picture's been painted. Oh,
it's painted to reality. There you go.
So
yeah, 3 life on Rob Lucci and a Jack and a Gecko and a blocker. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. So the end of story here is that if Bonnie wins this, we are going into round 10, and if Lucci wins this, Vegapunk is our winner today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which is honestly, I would like to see her. I like to see the headline. You know, I like to see the posts, the Twitter, the whatever you want to say, the Discords.
Yeah.
Saying Vegapunk is the best deck in this format right now.
Mm-hmm.
Undisputed.
And I will say I'd have to listen. I don't have all my Vegapunk matchup chart recognized. All right, I could be wrong on this, but
who does
Vegapunk
outside the person? Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Outside the person who's playing it.
But I would assume that Bonnie is likely one of our hardest matchups because they have a lot more interaction on our board than a lot of other decks. And if we play like 8-cost Kid, they don't really have a great answer to it all the time. So for several reasons now, definitely our Vegapunk players like, all right, come on, Lucci. I know I just beat a Lucci, but Lucci could win this matchup, right? This needs to happen.
Sure. Yeah.
All right. So we did play another Dofi, which is I think how we need to get there. I think in general, if we don't lose this next turn, the cards stay on our board, and we play something like a Hody, we could get a W. Right, 2 10k swings at 2 life with a Hody as well. That is likely enough pressure to win the game.
It's very optimistic of you.
It is. I'm just looking at numbers, right? Like at this point, they're not going to be able to, like double blocker doesn't do anything if you play Hody. And looks like we're starting with an 11 at leader, and we are going to take it, go down to 1, and then for 8 we're playing another one. Okay, yeah. If we have Hody though, hold up. Hody could make quite the difference here. All right, we're looking through our trash on what we want to play out. Additionally, too, like, depending on what's our hand, a third Dofi would be also very strong. It'd be a little bit tricky for us for them. Like, if we tap down their Moria and both their larger attackers, it's going to be difficult for them to win on just 2 attacks. All right, there's Rebecca. And then we're going to use it to get back. Oh, we're not playing out a Spandam, which is interesting because that could have gone us 1 more card if we needed it. All right, Bonnie player looks pretty excited. 10 Dawn. If we have a third Dofi might be the play.
Possibly.
Yeah, because then it just depends on how big our hand is. With them having a 5 and a 9 out, with 10 Dawn, that makes it to 24, so they can do 12 and 12 or 11 and 13. So if you think you can get out of that, You can do that, but yeah, starting off with the Bonnie swing, yeah, maybe a third Dofi's incoming.
It's a possibility.
All right.
What are we resting? Jack, Gecko, leader.
Yep. Well, we're setting aside 8 Dawn though. Gonna start with 10. So no Hody out quite yet.
Yeah. Still a possibility.
And looks like we've got about 8 cards in hand for our Bonnie player. Oh, we're thinking. It's stressful. I mean, this is you're currently X1, or you're currently undefeated, right? If Bonnie wins, you can still win this entire event. All right, looks like just another big 10. And I'm going to guess at the leader. And big decision here. So looks like we have, yeah, with that many cards in hand, we'd have to give 2 2Ks, which I know we added one with Rebecca earlier. And maybe deciding on where to attack. I mean, if we attack into Rob Lucci and we get rid of it, it just means that we can just fully use Dofi to remove their board next turn, or like stun their board outside that one Moria. Oh no, our Bonnie player's just still thinking.
Oh. Yeah, that 8 Dawn to the side is pretty concerning. Well, we still have our block. Honestly, I feel like we would block one of these swings, right?
Mm-hmm.
Unless we're thinking now that we took that one out, this is a Dofi play. But I think we still block one of them. Oh, this one's hard.
All right.
You did show another Rebecca. I think that's what it was. It was like, if you block this, do you just bring it back, kind of thing.
Yeah, and then
There it is.
Yeah. Oh, a Eustace Kid. Okay, which is slightly worse, but we do have the protection there. We do leave a Dawn open, so it's a bit of a gamble here. We get the free removal of the Rosinante with the effect of the Jack, so that's less impactful.
Yeah. How many cards do we have in Bonnie's hand? Like 4 or 5, right?
I think we have about 5 after playing the 2.
Yeah, I guess we're just gonna immediately pop them, which is fine.
Yep.
Draw one, pitch the Lucci. Still have our 2 9K swings. We can easily go.
Yeah, I think this
like a 12.
Represents us not losing this next turn, though.
Yeah, Kid often does that, right? Like,
yeah,
pretty typical. I'm thinking 12 to this Kid, kind of guarantee, almost guarantee, it going away. But it looks like we're going a little harder.
Yeah, this is, I think, 5 a Dawn attachment. So definitely, yeah, resting the other Moria.
Yep. I think this is a Sabo, probably.
Yeah, so if we can save this Kid, we do it 100%.
Yeah, I don't think you have a choice.
Yeah, I mean, you don't lose on the next turn, but it just really prevents their Sabo from really getting that value.
Right. Plus, it's also a pretty hefty attack at 8, right?
Yeah.
Like, so if you're doing Howdy and they do put down a Sabo, you're able to probably take game a lot easier.
Oh, but deciding not to, or just simply can't save it.
Yeah. I guess both, right?
Sure. Right. Yeah. Likely both. Big issue is that you kind of force them to play a blocker. There's a lot of cards in Lucci's hand right now too, which is a little intimidating. You really wish you could have saved that Eustace Kid. If you had that Eustace Kid and then you still had Hody for next turn, I think you win most scenarios. Oh, we don't have a blocker? Okay, hold up. They've got a lot of cards in hand. They're getting 2 more. Are they attacking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? This could be into a Doflamingo. Oh, they're thinking about taking the life. Okay. I mean, if you couldn't save the kid, right?
I guess our hand is just pure counter power, huh? Is that what it is? And yeah, they could have saved the kid. And even if they did save the kid after this big swing, if they're willing to do that, they probably weren't able to get out of that swing either. So, I mean, looks like we have 7 cards in hand. Maybe 6 as Rob Lucci. And like I said, like Hody would do some damage here, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, with again we are 25k, so 35k. So probably something like 10, 12, 13? 10, 12, 13 would be there. We could also do like 11, 12, 12. 11, 12, 12 might be better.
Yeah. Well, intimidated by this hand size and confidence, though.
Yeah.
No blocker from Borsalino to Rebecca to whatever.
Yeah, we're going to start with the 11, though. 3 2Ks and a 1K gets out of it, which, again, our hand is so wide.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, another 11? So that means that we end on a 13.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're gonna take it.
And then 8 plus 5, or 5 plus 8. So we got 2K, 9, 11, 13, 14. Yeah. We had counters for days.
That was it.
That is it.
No, all we do is pass, draw the card, and that's it. It looks like we're gonna go ahead and see. Oh, don't show more 2Ks.
Yeah, we got more 2Ks.
don't show more 2Ks. Okay,
it looks
well,
like the top card of our life was maybe the 0 cost.
0 cost?
Yeah, if we could have saved that kid, I think we would have been a way better spot.
Yeah, I think so. I just couldn't do it. Just couldn't pull through.
Yeah.
So, looks like with Bonnie losing, that means that was the last round.
Yeah, that should be last round for us today. I did get notification that I might be trying to do like an interview with the Vegapunk player too. So I'll be figuring that out too. But
sure.
Yeah, as it stands, Vegapunk 9-0 winner of today's Treasure Cup.
Cool.
Yeah, as expected, right? As expected.
What do you want me to say? I came in here ready to talk about Dofi and the new cards and stuff like that, and for some reason, Vegapunk came out of nowhere. So
yeah, 100%.
Pretty cool. I had fun watching that Vega player do work, and now with everybody in the chat here, and obviously people are going to be talking about it here and there. I'm sure people are going to be trying out Vegapunk, and it's going to be pretty cool to see.
Yeah, I both am looking forward, but also terrified of the idea of having to play that matchup more. Not even just like it's just a grind, right? It's just a grind.
Yeah.
But yeah. I think well deserved, and just a really big weekend for the player and for Vegapunk as well. So I'm gonna take a break though. I think we're gonna try to get an interview with them. So don't go anywhere. I don't know how long it's gonna be to get that all set up, but I'm gonna try to do that, and we'll get that for you. So give us a minute. This might be the last time we see Brian though for the stream. So anything from you, Brian?
Thank you for hanging out, everybody. Thank you to Carta Magica, as always, for letting us host and talk your guys' ears off and hang out. It was a fun time and well ran per usual. And hopefully into OP09 we'll have some even more fun.
Yeah, 100%. And I do appreciate this. If you missed any of this stream, it should be on the Carta Magica YouTube in the next couple of days. And then also Decklist will be on the Carta Magica Facebook, I believe, Monday morning, and potentially some other websites across the internet too. So
Sure.
But that's going to be it for the main part. Let me see if we can do an interview and give me a moment. But thank you, Brian. I really appreciate working with you as always.
For sure. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye. All right, and here we got Narayan here after a successful 9-0 run with Vegapunk being the first champion at a large event for Vegapunk in North America. How does it feel?
It feels pretty good. It feels kind of shocking. A couple sort of luck conveniences went my way.
Sure.
I had a interesting little round 7 bye.
Yes, yeah.
A round 8 bye, which was, haven't seen that before, but I'll take what the deck wants. If Vegapunk wants that to happen, it'll happen.
Yeah. And for people who don't know the lore, Jackson was undefeated going into round 8, but his schedule only permitted him 7 rounds today. So after that, had to skedaddle. So fortunate for you for that. Maybe bad for your tiebreakers if you didn't become our undefeated.
It was decent in general. The Dofi matchup's pretty good, so I wasn't too worried about that, but. Take a free win as a free win, you know?
Yeah, I think he was on Lucci, though, so that might have been a little bit scarier.
That would have been a little nice.
I know he was on Dofi a couple weeks ago. I think he was on Lucci today, though. But clearly, this was a meta where Dofi's very present, I would say. Without knowing the numbers offhand right now, I would say about 20 to 25% of the tournament was that Doflamingo. That was an expectation, though, going into this, right?
Yeah.
And
I sort of built the deck with that in mind.
Sure.
Like I brought it knowing this is a very Dofi meta.
Yeah. And how many did you play today? I know I saw I think 1 or 2 of your games and then that were Dofi.
I ended up actually, so round 1 by pretty regular for these events, you know, sometimes happens. Next 4 rounds in a row were all Dofi.
Okay. Yeah.
So 4 in a row. After that, I didn't play one after. I think by the time we started getting the undefeateds, they ended up dropping a little more to like the Luccis and the black decks and stuff. But yeah, first, I guess, 4 games I actually played, rounds 2 to 5 were all Dofi decks.
Okay, yeah. So that's clearly what you wanted to see, right? Very good from there. And then you did get 1 bye for Lucci. We saw a Lucci in the finals, though, with that too. What were the other matchups going into it?
I got round 1 bye, went into 4 Dofis in a row, and then it was another Lucci match. Yeah, 5, and then another Lucci match.
So 6.
And then a black-yellow.
7.
Yeah, and then black-yellow, then the bye.
Yeah, and then another
and
Lucci.
Then ended it off with the Lucci. So 4 Dofis, 2 Luccis, and a black-yellow Luffy.
Gotcha. So, and then Of those matchups, I would say we were watching the pair down, right? It was
Yeah.
going to be Bonnie.
Yeah.
My understanding is that might have been a rougher matchup to you if that was in finals. Is that true, or what's your experience?
That is like my absolute worst matchup.
Okay, cool.
From like gameplay and testing and stuff. It is like if this deck is so aggro, and I like put down bodies. I try to have like turn 1 6k body swinging, all that stuff. But as soon as they drop like a kid, my game plan is over.
Yes.
This deck cannot fight through kid whatsoever. So I was talking to my friends before the match started too. I was like, I know 3 undefeateds. There's a Lucci and a Bonnie. So there's only one way for me to get through this, and it's fighting the Lucci and the Bonnie to lose. That was my only way to win. Like Bonnie is actually pretty much impossible. Like it is a very rough matchup for a deck like this.
Yeah, because you're playing more aggressive. Them getting to rest something every turn, even if you have stage, is pretty rough. And I would assume, obviously you know more about Vegapunk matchups than I do right now, but that one on its head looks pretty tough for you. So
that one was one that I sort of made the meta call for, because for that one is when I'd play Katakuris and stuff like that, right? Because that's what helps beat that deck. But I cut every Katakuri. My only top end was the new 6-cost Linlin, because I just hoped I didn't see Bonnie, and I didn't. But that was just a hope. I know that matchup's so bad for me, and even teching those in as good options are always handy. But the matchup's still so unfavorable, so it's better to just tech against everything else and just hope I don't see Bonnies.
For sure, yeah, I think that's fair for that, and clearly worked out for you, which is really nice.
Yep.
And then real quick, so we kind of touched on it. You're running again more, I'd say, aggressive, low to the ground version of it. What was the inspiration to that? Because most people are like, all right, gotta run 4 Katakuris, gotta run 4 Yamatos, a couple copies of 10-cost Anel or 10-cost Ace sometimes. What made you switch to your build?
So there were a couple things generally in the meta that I play in. There's a lot of there was Dofi decks, there's Lucci decks running around and stuff like that. And the way this deck ended up working is I would feel like those first 3 turns that I would play, where I would drop like a 6k body, a second 6k body plus stage. The next turn I drop 2 more 6k bodies. That was the core of the deck. That's what made the deck so strong, and that's what helped it win. And so I just leaned into that. I was like, sure, I can do that. And then if they board control me and I start dropping Katakuris, like I can do that. But every time I would end up doing that, it feels like I'm losing tempo.
Yeah.
Like I'm just losing out. Like I needed that tempo. And so I ended up doing that. And then the other half of the answer realistically here is I didn't want to budget for 4 Katakuris when they were $60 each. Like realistically here, it's maybe not the best answer, but I didn't want to spend $200 on the card, so I built it as an aggro shell.
Sure, yeah, and I think that's fair. And you understanding. I think like 5-drop 6k bodies are kind of weird to interact with on a lot of decks right now.
They are very tough. It like 6k is always just a good number too, because you attach a Dawn, go for 7. Even like half of what the deck loves to do is swing the 6s early and just pressure the hand. Like I don't care. Like they can take the life, sure, but getting a 2k out of hand for a 6k swing just feels so good. Like without attaching the Dawn. And then 5 cost is perfect because you're looking at the Lucci matchup where it means that the main thing is Jack, right? It means Lucci can't leader effect plus Jack, or Smoker can't leader effect plus Jack. It needs that second card. And like Lucci 2/4 is easy for Lucci to do. Like you toss down pretty much anything and they get cleared. 5s are just very annoying number. Plus, looking at the Dofi matchup too.
Yeah, they can't remove it either.
Yeah, the laws don't hit any of them. The only thing they have to do is Jozu, and at that point Jozu's a tempo loss if I'm building 2 bodies and he's Jozuing 1.
Sure.
So at 5 is just like the perfect number.
Yeah, I think it is a super good meta call for it. Real quick for like the other, I'd say there's 5 really good leaders in this match. Meta. How does Rob Lucci, Black Yo Luffy, and Anel feel? Those other 3 to round it out.
So, I'd say Lucci is. I feel like it's favorable towards me, but also I have a lot of practice with the matchup, and a decent percent of the advantage on this in this matchup is not knowing what my deck does, right?
100%.
And that plays an integral part in I know what cards to play around for them. They don't know what to play around for me.
Yeah.
Like the 6-cost Linlin, the Ace, those are like, I've been playing egghead cards all game and I drop one of those and it's like a shock. And so that part plays a big edge, and like we saw a couple times. I think one might have happened on stream. People swinging into like Atlas.
Okay, yeah, that's exactly what I
they'll
was gonna
read
bring
the card.
up.
Yeah, they'll read the card. I'll tell them what the card does and stuff.
Yeah.
Like I'll explain every card I play because I know
sure.
they're not.
Yeah, because
but
they're gonna
people's
ask
brains
anyways.
just kind of people's brains just kind of turn off. Like they just see, oh, rested 6K, let me swing into it, and it's like doesn't feel great, of course, to like edge case like that.
Yeah,
It's not really edge casing; it's a mistake, but it's like it's just one of those things that like if you make like half of this deck is they're gonna make mistakes playing into it, and you just have to take advantage of that. And so the Luffy matchup or the Lucci matchup is, I think, pretty good because what I end up doing is I get that pressure, the board pressure on way before they're able to match it. Like Lucci likes to start coming online turn 4, where they start Jack and doing Jack stuff. Again, the whole deck being 5 costs mean Jack comes down and pops like a Lilith, or it can pop like a Bonnie, not one of my actual threats on board.
Yeah.
So the matchup actually feels pretty good. Like both ones I won were pretty solid. I'd say the finals like.
It looked like you were just
from the outside.
Yeah.
But I had like that final turn 2. I had my 3 cards left in hand. I don't think I showed them. I showed them to him after. There were 3 2Ks.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So that's I didn't even have to trigger that last.
Rayquaza.
Like sure, I got lucky. I got the Quasar, but I had 3 2Ks. I could have just countered out of the 9K swing because I just put on all this pressure, keep my 2Ks in hand. I don't really. Like, I don't have a use for them. If he swings at life, I take it, get a body on board.
Yeah.
So the Lucci matchup feels good. Black yellow is a little dicey.
Yeah,
because,
I would say so.
If he can get the train going of starting to hit the Sabos, then my Namis become useless. Lucci doesn't hit anything in the matchup. Like nothing. Luffy doesn't hit anything worthwhile in the matchup. S-Snake's pretty good in it. That's a nice sort of hit to have. But if they can start getting rolling, it's not good. So it's not. I'd say that matchup's slightly unfavored for me. But then again, too, if I can get that early pressure that my deck is, anyone who wants to play Vegapunk, just win your die rolls. If you go first, you are at such an advantage compared to going second.
And I would say too, most decks that I know of in this format prefer to go second. Maybe not outrageously, but
so like I would even lose die rolls to like Dofi players or Lucci players, and again, they don't know the deck, so they go second. And I'm like, I'm happy going first.
Sure.
So another little edge of them not knowing the deck. But yeah, so the black-yellow matchup is not fancy. I don't like playing it. I don't feel great about it. But the general game plan in that matchup ends up being like, I'm not looking to Bonnie and build card advantage or looking to like, I'm not trying to develop my Shaka, keep him up with Egghead, because that deck doesn't care about that.
No.
What I try to do in this matchup is I'll swing 7s. I'll just swing 7s, no starving. I'm not starving them out. I am like the one matchup I played, he's down to 1 life on turn 3. Or, down to 1 life on my turn 3 because of my swings. And then I start dropping Linlins. And that's what Linlin's for. Because I start dropping Linlins, and he's losing his life, trashing the cards in hand. And so that's when the deck just kind of, once I hit 7 Dawns, I guess, I start Linlin plus leader effect. And that feels really tough to sort of beat, because that's a lot of card advantage on my side. And so you start attacking the hand. And that's sort of the game plan for that. I wouldn't say it's favorable. Anel, I didn't have to play into any today. That matchup's a weird one.
Yeah, I can imagine. You're both at like 1 life, and
Yeah, and it's like triggers on Anel's side, like Kiku Nojo, always active.
Yeah.
That doesn't feel great. Like turn 1, or like I guess turn 2, swing, he flips the Kiku Nojo. Like that one's always active. Kingdom Come's not great. Like all of these triggers are not great for the deck, but that matchup really ends up being like, do you have good things in your life, or are you going to die before you get to use any of your 10 costs?
Sure.
And that's how that, I think that's my sort of spread. So like, I'd say favorable, very favorable into Dofi. I like to think I'm favored into Lucci. Black Yellow is a bit of a toss up depending on who hits pieces better, and then starts to get a little more favored to them with an L, and then Bonnie is
Bonnie, rough stuff.
Yeah.
I can
rough.
Very imagine when you already are losing your leader attack every turn, and then you lose a second from their effects, and
it gets rough.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. So, well, I appreciate you giving us the insight.
Of course.
We will have your deck list and the rest of the top 16, probably 32, guaranteed 16.
Yeah.
on the Carta Facebook this Monday, so make sure to check that out.
I hope people copy it.
Yes.
I hope people start trying out Vegapunk at their locals.
I said this to Brian too. Like, I'm both excited and terrified about how many Vegapunks.
If this starts becoming, I mean, people are like buying them on TCG already.
Yeah.
All the Vegapunk alt arts are selling.
Yeah. And
good on you. Everyone,
like
I want everyone to try the
15
deck.
minutes ago. Yeah.
Yeah, I want everyone to try the deck. It's a blast to play. It is so much fun.
Yeah. So I do appreciate that. And then also, this will be on YouTube for you guys to watch too. The entire matches, they should be re-uploaded there. And then lastly, any shout outs from you, Narayan, before we end this?
So honestly, I'm Ottawa born and raised. I want to shout out Carta Magica. It's my go-to store, locals every Fridays. Great to play with the team, great to practice with just everyone there and stuff. And it's just shout out to Ottawa, honestly.
Yeah.
Like I was
secretly born there too.
On the map.
You don't know this, but yeah, definitely.
Let's go Ottawa.
Oakville, baby.
Let's go. No, putting Ottawa on the map.
Yeah.
Carta's like, sure, there's a store in Montreal, but yeah, play a Carta all the time. Everyone there is great. Like, great to play against. So much good practice and stuff. But yeah, shout out Ottawa, shout out Carta Magica. Like, good store, good community, great competitive environment to test out with.
Yeah, and I love North America too, and it's cool to have Carta Magicas that are Canadian TO, and it always feels good to work these and see a Canadian win it. So I'm happy you're able to take it home for the country today. So
always gotta put Canada there.
It's there. It's hard
Canada
to miss on the map, but we still gotta put it there.
Yeah.
So well, cool. That's gonna be it for this stream, though. We do appreciate it once again. Thank you to Carta Magica for hosting it. Went really smoothly. Congrats to Narayan. Thank you to all the judges too. This is a lot of work behind the scenes, as you guys can quite imagine, and we really do appreciate it. So that's gonna be it for this one. Again, one more time, congrats to Narayan. Congrats to Canada, and we'll catch you next time. Bye bye.